And welcome back to another episode of Rime of the Frostmaiden. It's been a week down, but we are back ready to brave the freezing cold of Icewindale. Last we left, the party had set out from Targos, arrived in Bryn Shander, and they were doing a few quests in and around the town, picking up supplies, running into sorts of unsavory folk, and you ran into these dwarves who said that they had lost their iron ingots somewhere between here and Tourmaline, and you set off, found the remains of a poor dwarf who had been ripped limb from limb, blood splattered across the snow. That wasn't the only thing around, however, as you detected small little tracks leading away from it, and following them up, found the uh, band of goblins trying to pull it away. Managed to rout these and free the polar bears, bring back the iron ingots, and get paid with 50 gold piece bloodstones each. This went straight into investments against the cold. And whilst that was occurring, your half-orc barbarian Ashanti had been out tracking down one of the elusive and curious creatures known as Chewinga. These are strange little nature spirits that apparently might just hold a key to solving the harsh environments of Icewindale. And so you've got a lantern of tracking ready to track it down whenever one is nearby. As you all met back up in the tavern, I believe you 6 or 7 you met with an interesting wizard who was asking more questions about something trapped beneath the ice and whether you'd actually run into any other wizards, ones with kobolds. She seemed though she had her own agenda, and she actually bought some of the black ice known as Shardolin off of you for a hefty price, offering even more than the other wizard here staying in the tavern. And you actually managed to sell the other piece again round the back, and that's when you met the other strange members of her party, you could say. All of them seem to have this kind of amulet with black ice in it itself as well, and they were accompanied by 2 gargoyles as well. Whoever this wizard is, they're clearly a adept at conjuration magic. And they said that they'll be hopefully running into you again soon, and that a sort of friendly rivalry had sort of began, where you're going to see who can find the answers to this lost city first. And a couple of your other errands were done, picking up goods. I believe Faith is now incredibly frostbitten and staying in the Church of the Morning Lord, trying to recover from that adventure. But she says if you ever plan on heading out again soon, that she'd be happy to accompany you guys. So where are we? We are in Bryn Shander. I think everyone's just had their long rest. And you're still staying in the North Loop, is that right? I think you just set out from there. You ran into a crowd that was gathering in an alleyway, and you could hear the sounds of screams as if a murder had just been discovered. And there, lying in the streets in a bloody mess, is a poor Dale folk with a massive, well, I say massive, it's more like a slender blade of ice sticking out of their back. And the crowds were too jam-packed to really get close to it, but old Bits, the faithful little mastiff, was able to squeeze through, snatch the blade, and with a nat 20 squeeze out and get away. And the rest of you have also made that quick escape. So it depends really. Now, where are you running to? Are you just heading to the edge of town, or are you trying to lay low?
I just wanted to get away from the crowd so that the others can examine the blade. So the problem was someone said, I need to see the knife. Bits got the knife. Problem solved. Ne- Let me know what the next problem is once y'all have examined it.
Hmm. Okay. You can still
So,
hear shouting.
okay,
Some
so
of the militia are like, where are they? Chase them down! But they don't know who or what really got the blade. They're just sort of searching a surrounding area.
so I anybody have an idea of where we should go to ground?
I think outside town, I would advise. Wait, is it late at night? I forget time.
No, it should be morning.
In which case, why don't we head out towards that place you found, and we can where the Chewinga was, and we can hide out there. Unlikely to follow.
Well, I hadn't intended on keeping the knife. I just knew that y'all wanted to examine it, and then we can, leave it behind, unless y'all think y'all need to keep it.
It could be useful, I guess.
Okay, well, I don't think
that
Bit
dog of
should.
yours. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just don't think Bits should be holding it forever.
Oh
So,
no.
we have somebody who's got somewhere to store an extra dagger.
I mean, sure, but how do we investigate this here dagger? I mean, I'll take it, sure, but do you want to have your dog just sniff it out and see if
Maybe
I don't know, it can lead towards something?
scent on the handle, possibly.
Or the blood. Yeah.
Well, the blood's going to take us right back to the victim. We can try
Right.
the scent on the handle, but if he's as absolutely bundled up as we are, what she's going to smell is leather. But I can try. So, Bits, come here, girl. Give it.
Okay. Yeah,
Give
Bits
it.
is wagging her tail. There's a firm grip
right.
on the blade, but as you're kneeling down and offering your hand out, they do let loose the blade.
All right.
It's
So
light.
before I even look at the knife, I'm just going to make sure her mouth is okay. She didn't cut herself. That there's no evidence that she's been injured by this.
No, it doesn't look like it. Though there are a few drips around her mouth, just of water. It looks like perhaps, and you can see by the handle where her teeth have actually dug in, and the warmth of her breath have slightly melted it.
Okay.
Is this
I'm
knife
gonna wash
made of
her.
ice?
Yeah.
It is entirely
It's
made of
literal-
ice.
It's literal ice.
Yeah.
Yep,
I'm
there's
gonna
no.
wash her mouth out with my water, just to be
Okay,
on the safe side, because I don't know if this is a poison or not.
absolutely,
And
yeah.
I'm
It's
so
like laps
sorry.
at the water skin.
Yeah. Hulla, I'm so sorry. I've interrupted you twice, and I apologize.
No, I didn't have anything insightful to say. I just is there any I suppose this is a far-fetched question, but are there any runes or writing, or like is there any way to identify if it's a dwarven knife, an elven style, something
Well,
really obvious?
we have a master crafter here, so maybe we should give it over to Barritomus.
Yeah, one of you can make an investigation check if you want to look for like runes or the type of make, and if you want to try and identify what sort of magic may have caused this blade to become the way it is. That would be an Arcana check. So depending on which role you pick, we get different information.
Give it a go. What was it again? Investigation or Arcana?
Yeah, one of those to try and get an idea of make or what magic may have caused this. Okay, what was that?
Can I guidance that?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Ooh, good roll.
Okay, so 16 actually does bump it up
questions.
from not knowing much to actually maybe noticing a couple things. So, The blade itself isn't of any obvious dwarven or elvish design. It is, if you could place it against like other weapons, you could probably compare it most to, say, like that of a long sword. And it was driven pretty cleanly into that back of that poor Dale folk with very little what looked to be like a fight put up, basically. But it's likely this was just like a one-hit strike, and that took them out, and they just left the blade inside as almost sort of like a calling card. Now, as for runes, magical, there doesn't appear to be any, and so you're not really sure what kind of magic may have created this. It looks too clean of a creation to have been like carved out of a chunk of ice. Like the sheen is too smooth. It was like shaped to someone's like imagination or will, rather than just like chipped away continuously to make an ice blade. It is like clearly, like if you imagined like a mold of a longsword, it's like just instantly created out of that.
Does anyone know of any magic that carves things into ice or creates things out of nothing or transforms? Could like a water shape? Is a water shape a spell? Could that do something like this?
Shape water.
Yeah.
You could roll an Arcana check.
I have a -1 to Arcana, but I'll do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. And you can add guidance to that as well if you like.
All right, yeah. Since that's an obvious failure.
14. Shape water. It has its limitations, and its limitations are that it doesn't really have the ability to deal damage, mechanically speaking. And you've never heard of someone being able to like shape water into weapons, especially ones that are at least capable of surviving contact with like heavy blows. Right? If it's ice, it's brittle. It's going to shatter on an impact. But this clearly delivered a fatal and deadly blow. It's almost as if the ice is extraordinary beyond just shaping a normal body of water into ice. It's almost like ice plus ice, super ice.
So we're looking for someone who can do real good magic.
In addition, I should say it's like if you turn the blade onto like its side, it's like almost slightly translucent on the side of the blade as well, and it's so smooth.
Well,
Any signs of Charlene black ice stuff around? Like little chips of it or anything?
No, it looks like a clean, a kind of a bluish tint. There doesn't seem to be any impurities inside of it or sections which are made out of different chunks of ice. It's all one clear kind of bluish piece.
Ice, you're from this part of the world. Is it? I mean, have you ever seen anything like this before in your hunter tribe people?
Well, when it comes to magic, that's not something that we really get involved in much. However, I know ice, if, for example, an icicle dropped from a high enough height can go through things quite well. But the blade you said was slightly melted from the heat or being in Bits' mouth, but
correct.
But other than that, does it appear like it's like a perfect like blade? Like there's no chips from like when it was stabbed in or anything like that?
It does look like a perfect blade, yeah. In fact, you could say that it hasn't seen any battle beforehand. As you examine it, no chips, no wear and tear. It's so smooth, almost as if it's freshly out of the forge. Except There was no fire in its creation for sure.
Yes, it's almost perfect as a weapon, and I would imagine if left long enough in a body, if it wasn't as cold as it would probably melt away naturally, so there'd be no real sign of the weapon. But it lasted long enough, at least.
In fact, even in whoever's wielding, holding it right now, I assume Barritomus, even in his grip, you can start to feel like the ice does feel a little bit more watery on the surface, as if the heat of his grip is just ever so slightly melting it.
I mean,
it was still whole when we pulled it out of the body, which means that it can't have been in the body for that long. So this person must have only just died.
But
the murderer is still very close by.
Either that, I mean, the fact that it's even started to melt just from like the few seconds that we've had it, etc., could suggest that whoever had it originally didn't have a normal sort of body heat, perhaps, so they kept it cold, possibly, or they at least didn't heat it up.
But they have made it the moment they needed it?
That's also a possibility, I guess. I'm not that familiar with magics and stuff, but if you could form it swiftly, stab it in, and then disappear, I suppose.
Well, it may be for the better that this is melting away, because we don't want to give the guards a reason to search us and find it on us.
Let's
Speaking,
was the blade in the body, or was it beside the body?
it was in the body.
Because why didn't it melt when it was in the body? I mean, even in the north here, the body temperature should be at least 30-something degrees, right? So why didn't it melt?
Well, I suppose there's the possibility that the person was dead before they were stabbed, which...
That's inefficient. I would think that maybe it was designed to last a certain amount of time before it, it serves its purpose. Maybe it starts to melt once it's the person's dead.
Unless it makes the body cold as well.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe it chills the body. Which would...
I don't think we should...
Without the body, unable to determine.
Yeah, I'm not going to have Bits go steal the body. Yes, you're a good girl. You are. You're such a good girl.
Should we just melt this thing before we get caught with it?
Not a bad idea.
Somebody shove it into their...
Or 607, yeah.
Okay. In that case, you can hear the sounds of the guards still probably spreading their search out into nearby alleyways. And 607, you begin to use precipitation to melt it, yeah?
Yep.
The form of the blade begins to warp and slowly drip, and before long it is left as a puddle on the floor.
Right. In that case, shall we head back to... Well, I suppose we should get back on track. We've got the Chewinga that we wanted to deal with, but I think weren't there some purchases we wanted to make before we left?
And does everybody have their stuff? I don't want to go out into the forest and it suddenly turn night and nobody's got a bedroll or anything.
I'm fully equipped.
Okay.
There's arrows left back in the room, but that's because I've only got so much space I can use.
Okay. Well, I've got a blanket for Bits if it gets any colder. I can tie it around him to keep his core warm.
Yes. between us, how much gold or gemstone do we have? I mean, I've got 53, including the bloodstone.
I've got 4 gold pieces left.
Okay.
I have
I
8
think
gold pieces.
I think I spent my bloodstone. No, I still have it.
So that puts you at 54.
54.
Ashanti, do you still have your bloodstone, or have you spent that?
I have. I still have my bloodstone. So
Okay.
here you can have it. I didn't earn it because I
No,
wasn't with you for this battle.
it's fine. You were earning it in other ways by doing what you needed, by making this fine. I mean, if anyone should have it other than you, would be Faith, but they didn't want it, so. So with that in mind, if there is the potential for us to be out there for a while, how many of us are there altogether? 5, and then 6 with bits?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it might be worth pooling. No. Does anyone else have their bloodstone left?
I'll spend. Got 60.
If we've got enough, it might be worth seeing if we can get some form of insulated shelter that we can have as a group. If not, perhaps investing in at least one axe beak as like a pack mule almost for carrying anything that's too heavy, so we can travel lighter. And as a last ditch in case someone gets particularly cold and slowed up.
I mean, that's not a bad idea because that was a problem last time.
Yes, I know it was a problem last time.
No, I mean it's not necessarily you, but like anybody
Yeah, I know.
gets stuck, and then it's
Yes. So
maybe one axe beak.
yeah, I
as a
think one
carry-on?
axe beak and some like snow goggles to help at least one of us with navigating in the snow. So
Yeah.
that'd be so if we are able to if we go get an axe beak, and I'm happy to throw my bloodstone at that, and then I've got 3 gold. If someone else has like a few more gold, I'd imagine that could get us some snow goggles. I'm not sure how much they are.
Well, here you can have my bloodstone,
I
and
mean,
that gives us 100 gold to get an axe beak. But we'll have to get the food as well.
yes,
And you need to from wherever we get it, we need to find out exactly what it eats and how much it eats. One
all
of the
right,
biggest problems in caravans is people do not plan for their animals properly, and the animals will weaken and starve to death. So part of what it's carrying has got to be its own forage
yes.
or meat.
Right. Well, the
Um,
person who sells them would have some, wouldn't they?
They
Yeah.
should
hopefully,
just make sure we ask the question exactly how much it eats a day. Also, can it sleep outside the shelter? Does it have to be under shelter itself? Because, like I said, people will get out on the road. They'll think that their horse or their mule or their donkey, or in this case, Axbeak, can go 50 miles without a break, and suddenly they're down an animal.
mm, all right. I
Well, should
believe
we go to the axe beak seller and
I
ask?
I believe based on what the 10 towns times said that we found, there's a stable here that, well, it has a rent to own program, but I imagine they also sell them.
You should imagine that. Okay, so as you're coming out of the alleyway, you've been talking there for a little while now, and it's as you come out of the alleyway where several guards, you can hear them before you see them, but they seem to be heading their search in this direction. And as such, is there anything you want to do as you're You can imagine you're about to encounter them, perhaps just around the other side of this building that you're hiding behind, effectively. If you come back out into the main thoroughfare, they'll be there.
Can we go back the other way? Was that a dead end?
No, it wasn't. It was more like an L shape.
Okay, guys, I think we should back up quietly and go around the other side.
Okay.
Yes, that's not a bad idea.
And
That's a good idea.
you hear the shouts just over the whispers saying, it was a dog. Must have been the owner must be around here somewhere. Looking for a small mastiff. And check the tracks. You must have left some in the snow.
Shit.
And that's what you're dealing with.
I'm gonna
Okay.
start wiping out tracks behind us as best I can.
Okay.
Is Bits
got it.
wearing any gear? Like any
Yes.
identifiable gear? Can I just take that off Bits quickly?
No,
They are
Bits
wearing.
is
They
not
are.
wearing anything right now, but let me throw the blanket over Bits and tie it up really quick.
I think
Yeah.
607 bought them some gear.
They have some fur clothing, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but they have got a fur coat now. Remember?
I do remember, but would I have put it on Bits because we're just in town and overheating is actually a worse problem for dogs than
You ain't gonna overheat in Icewindale. Don't worry about that.
well, no, but she was running and
Okay.
panting and you know, dogs can't disperse heat as well as upright ape-like creatures.
Well, if it wasn't on them before, you could put it on them now as a way to
Okay.
distinguish them. But in any case, if it was on, you could take it off. If it wasn't, you could put it on.
Okay.
But
All right, and
Yeah.
I'll put on Hello, if you'll help me put on her cold weather gear. Stay still. No,
Yep.
we're not putting on the little boots.
I will
Stop
help.
it. I swear, would you give me your paw so I can get this on you?
Who's a
I
good
think it's the-
dog? Who's a good dog?
this is the first time you put it on them, isn't it? I'll tell you what, you
Yes.
can give me an animal handling check. We know what dogs are
Yes.
like when they get stuck in
She-
a little
she is-
costume.
Yes, she is.
The first thing they
She does not want the little boots
No.
on. She just wants. She is not happy with the boots.
She isn't, but she is managing to stay quiet and not like raising an alarm to the guards nearby. So there may be discomfort, but they're not barking in protest.
No.
Okay, you get the little booties on. You know how when dogs do
Oh,
that
no.
first walk, when they have the
Yeah.
first time they got boots, they kind of spread
Yeah.
out their limbs, like splaying them out. Yeah, and they kind of march, almost like they're doing a trot,
Yes.
because they think there's something under them that they're trying to get over. Yeah, that's what's happening. But
It
okay,
would
and
change
guys,
the paw prints as well.
yes, it would. And you've just made sure you try to like cover those tracks as well.
Yeah.
Okay, then with those two elements in play, I'm going to ask the group to roll me a stealth check, and I'm going to say you can roll with advantage for for the fact that you've covered your tracks and Bits is in a little costume now.
You want all
my.
of us to roll it, or just one person to roll it?
Everyone, because you're
Oh.
gonna work. You're kind of like circumventing the guards by backtracking out and trying to find another route around.
Shit.
But
You've got
you have advantage.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, because you're covering your tracks, and because you. Oh my lord.
Oh my god.
Oh, my
Well,
God.
fortunately, unfortunately, that's hopefully counteracted by my natural 20.
That is true. That counteracts it, and as a result of everyone else's, that's actually a success. So, okay. You hear the guards; they're spreading out, but you can hear them. They're kind of giving away their position because they're barking orders and getting increasingly frustrated. How can we just lose a dog? It kind of disappeared. Can't we get one? Let's get our dogs to sniff it out. And they're like, what? With what scent? It just snatched it. We could barely catch an eye of it. It was so fast. And they're just getting like more and more annoyed. But you manage to walk back down the way you came, around. So you're effectively just going around in a circle, giving them a wide berth, avoiding the town square. So it takes you about a good hour to do all of this, we'll say, and eventually make it to the stables. And I'll say, let me think about the stables for a second. No, you're good. All right. The stables are very roomy and spacious. You can see there's mud and snow tracked in the interior. There's a couple of Dale folk huddled in the interior, and one of them is hefting a load of hay, and another one is filling out a trough of food. And behind the trough, you can see hungry axebeaks awaiting their next meal. These creatures are larger than you would imagine them. On their big like webbed toed feet, they stand probably about. Let's check. Axebeak.
I know they're pretty hefty.
They probably stand taller than a man. That's for sure. They're probably like 6 or 7 feet tall, I think. Especially the ones in Icewindale. They've been bred to be hardy and resist the cold. So only the strongest have been sort of kept and bred.
Apparently the average height is 7 feet.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool. So they're 7 feet. These ones are kind of huddled down right now as they're going into the feeding troughs. And as you can see, the troughs are like incredibly wide and spacious to make room for their incredibly wide and long axe beaks. They look quite vicious. You can imagine being on the receiving end of that is not friendly at all. But these ones have been tamed.
Is it 7 feet to the shoulder or 7 feet to the head?
To the head.
Okay.
These ones have just got their saddles on. But typical axe beaks are laden with like packs and saddlebags.
Important question, at least from my perspective. Are there different colours of axe beak?
There's probably like ones with little speckled feathers. For the majority of axe beaks here, you can see they sport these kind of white feathers.
Okay,
But you might see different patches or speckles on each of them. And there's probably ones which have like a more brownish tint. But they aren't as, say, colourful as the ones you've seen in Chult. You can get all kinds like blue axe beaks, yellow ones.
Okay.
No, I think we should get one that's as close to snow-colored as possible.
That was exactly my thought.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to roll to see if there's a Chultian axe beak just randomly here. It's like above a 17. No. There's one that might have been a descendant. There's like a couple of feathers that are blue, but it's mostly majority white. It's just these couple of like a signature little ruffle of blue feathers. So it's close, but must just be a descendant.
Considering it was Geist's idea, I guess he'll walk up to whoever seems to be in charge. Excuse me, fellow.
Hello. What can I do you for?
Looking to get an axe beak and all of the, equipment that an axe beak needs, as well as food for at least a good few days' travel for them.
Hey, did you see the ad in the 10 times?
I did,
10
but
times.
I was hoping, unless that I could just buy one outright.
Okay. He looks around back to his collection of them. Well, I can't sell all of them. But you're just looking for the one, aren't you?
Yeah, just the one for now. Mostly
Okay.
for carrying stuff and emergency transport for one of us if we get injured or cold damaged.
That I can do. He calls out, Faye, and you can see his wife. She's also a human, and she waddles over, still with this big bundle of hay, and says, "I'd like you to saddle up one of our finest axe beaks for our fine customer here, and you're gonna need saddlebags as well."
Yes,
All right,
And food.
and food.
and feed. Okay.
Um,
How many
and,
bags of feed?
well, we're
How
likely
much
to.
do they eat?
Yeah.
How much do they eat a day?
Axe beaks. They are pretty damn hungry, but
What
they
do they
are going to
eat?
require two. What do they eat? They eat probably anything between like. They'll eat anything. They're not like fussy eaters. They'll eat rations, food
Okay.
like berries. They'll eat.
Okay. When the food you're giving us, what's included in the food that you're giving us?
So this would probably be just like ground up feed, like
Okay.
probably like yeah, it's like a whole mix of stuff like ground up, just so it's like one meal squares them off for
Mhm.
the whole
Okay.
day.
Okay. So, all right. Can they sleep outside the any shelter we find, or must they be brought in?
You don't want to leave anything out in the cold, that's for sure.
Okay.
Um,
All right. What
I'll
are the
tell you what.
signs that they're too cold?
Mm, Same signs as any. They'll start shivering, be unresponsive.
All right.
It might already be too late at that point, though. Prevention's going to be better than cure with these creatures. Yeah, you want to keep them sheltered and stabled wherever you go. And they're still tough creatures. In fact, I'd say they're hardier and they've got more endurance than typical sled dogs. But
All
that
right.
doesn't mean you can't treat them with little respect, you know.
Have they been trained to certain commands?
They aren't strangers to humanoids anymore. If you've encountered an axe beak out in the wild, it's likely to run either away from you or if you're really threatening it, straight towards you. And these axe beaks won't charge. That I can guarantee you. But
Is
if
there a command to make them go, make them stop, make them sit?
yeah, they. In fact, you know what? If you've got some time this morning, I can show you how to properly ride one.
That's probably a
That
good
will be
idea.
Geist. Geist will be, yes.
Okay then. So if you want, give me an animal handling check, and he will guide you through the general processes of how to get the harness on them, how to pull on the reins, when to sort of. Oh my lord!
Ooh,
20.
My
Nice.
second
excellent.
nat 20 of the day.
This Axebeak somehow almost immediately bonds to you, Wealgeist. Sorry, you're able to sort of almost speak to it in a sort of language that only you understand. You and him understand. Um, did you which Axebeak is this? I'll let you pick. Which one did you want to go with? Like
I would like the one that is
Speckled
sort of the
Jim?
most pure white that I can see, like
Pure
the
white.
closest to snow. Or to be honest, one that would perhaps be closest to matching like the white wolf fur. So there might be like lips of greys in it, but it's mostly white.
Gotcha. Yeah, perfect. In that case, yeah, this one is looking like a fresher Axebeak, probably a younger one as well, and maybe
What
that's why it's also easier to train.
what's its name?
Yeah, you can name it Wealgeist if you want.
Let me have a think whilst I'm doing this training. If there's anything, everyone probably discuss the food and things whilst I think of a name for this.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's almost
that
like
hard. Beaky.
Iki the Axe.
A second.
Yeah, Beaky the Axe Beak.
Priscilla? Is it a boy Axebeak or a girl Axebeak?
I'll also let Wealgeist determine that.
Priscilla, Queen of the Tundra. I love
That's kind of what I was thinking.
I am going to call
The
it
opposite of rainbow, but
I'm going to call it Labris.
Labris.
Yes.
Okay.
Named
Does
after
that
the.
mean?
It's a famous mythological axe.
Okay.
Sweet.
Cool.
Okay, cool. How's that spelled?
Here, labby, labby, labby.
Labyrinth.
I will create a duplicate of this axe speak, rename it, then give you permission for it. Labris. Make sure it's linked. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a weapon that was used in Greek mythology by Hephaestus, supposedly to slice Zeus's head to free the goddess Athena, and also by Zeus himself to invoke powerful storms.
Wow.
So considering,
Ooh,
like,
I don't want to invoke powerful storms.
no, but considering part of our at least for Geist, there's at least some link to the Greek gods via Hulla and Hades at the moment. So going for a Greek mythological thing seems appropriate.
Also, axes, not out of theme.
Yep. Yes.
It's almost as if you're training with wolves and being around them, you've gained this sort of almost.
But perhaps that's what it is because of like the white wolf fur and stuff. It almost sees me like a kinship bond, almost, even though
Yeah. That's it. You're like got the same feather,
Yep.
at least in color. Perfect. All right. Well, it seems to take a liking to you for sure. The creature is well mannered, well tamed, and Guy seems to have confident control over the creature as he's mounting and dismounting them.
Okay. And so it's 50 gold for an axe speak, right?
Yeah, that's right. Let me go get you those bags as well.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I will take my bloodstone off of my sheet because I'll use that for the payment.
They look it over for a moment. Oh. Looks like it came from Tourmaline. Those dwarves are doing good work over there, I hear.
Yes, we actually got it off some dwarfs after heading out into the tundra to fend off, well, what we thought was going to be a yeti, but turned out to be some goblins with some polar bears. So there may still be a yeti out there, we're not sure on that.
Goblins. Seems everyone's getting desperate out there. All right.
Yes.
Okay, you hear their wife return. And let's see. They go, all right, so how much are you willing to spend on these? Quite a lot.
Well, you need to. Yeah. What's the pricing?
How much do they cost?
So I believe same with like rations. We go with like the same price as rations, but the axe beak requires like almost triple the amount. And so our price for rations, let's have a look. And bear in mind that this is prices in Icewindale, which are far and away more expensive because of the shortage. Thankfully, though, you are in Bryn Shander, which is one of the more abundant towns, but even then, they haven't seen many outside trade. Haven't seen much trade with the outside world. And so I'm going to say that it's like 1 gold for a whole bag of feed.
And a bag of feed is how many days worth? Is that just 1 day?
And that is check. So that'll only feed them for was it 5 days?
The bag
One
of feed
bag?
is 1 bag is 5 days.
One gold for 5 days.
I mean,
Yeah.
The plan is, as far as I'm aware, to go get this thing we're after and then head back to the first town to hand it over, right? So if we get 2 bags of feed, that should be plenty for at least that journey, and then we can stock back up when we get to whatever the first town was called, because my brain has apparently gone. Bleh.
Bremen.
But we
Bremen.
better get double that at least.
For a 10-day.
Well, just for emergency sake.
Well,
Yeah.
I
If instead of all right, instead of 2 bags, 3 bags, just because.
then I'll spend my 3 gold on it to get 3 bags of feed, which I'll put on to I guess I'll just pull
No.
on.
Do y'all make change?
Change? What do you
Yes.
mean change?
I have a gem as well. But I'm not giving you the gem for 3 bags of feed. Do y'all make change?
Oh, I see. Yes, we can trade that up.
Okay. Then I will give you my moonstone and do the saddlebags and pack bags come included with the axe speak, or do we have to purchase those separately?
Saddlebags, they're 4 gold each.
Okay, then we want the feed and we want, what do you think, 2 saddlebags?
2 saddlebags for now should be fine.
All right.
Can
And
hold
how
up
much
to
is,
30 weight each.
okay. And how much is the saddle?
The saddle, as you've been such well-paying customers, that'll come as standard with the axe beak. However, we
Okay.
do also offer better saddles. You can acquire a exotic saddle or a military saddle. They're designed to support the rider and affix a part of the mount's tack, such as like stirrups. So it braces the rider and helps you keep your seat on an active mount in like a battle scenario, for example.
So the standard saddlebag, standard saddle would be a riding saddle, I guess.
That's right. I think so. Anyway, check.
Yeah, that's or no, pack saddle, I guess.
Pack saddle. I think yeah, pack saddle.
And then 2 saddlebags we said as well, right?
Yeah, 4 gold each.
So
A
right,
riding saddle is again, it's fastened to the back, the mount's back. Again, sort of designed to support, and with tack and stirrups.
okay. So it comes with a riding saddle or it just comes with a pack saddle?
It comes with a pack saddle.
How much is the riding saddle?
That is 25 gold, I believe. Let me check. Hold on.
Oh, easy
you
come,
Maybe
easy.
that might have been the weight. It's 10 gold. It's 10 gold is the weight was 25, but it doesn't actually offer you, I'm going to tell you, it doesn't offer you many mechanical benefits. That's why he sort of went and suggested the military one, which that allows you to have advantage on checks made to remain mounted. Whereas the riding saddle doesn't actually do anything.
How
It's
much
just,
is
yeah.
the military one?
That one's 20 gold.
So, I have the moonstone. It's worth 50 gold. So this is 31, 34 gold. It leaves us 16, but I don't know if we can buy goggles with that.
Well,
Should be enough for the.
I have my bloodstone too that I
So
haven't used yet.
if we want to
So
go for the military saddle, we can. I mean, I don't know
I-
how often we're going to use these needed
Right.
for combat, but
Not combat. I'm thinking if we've got somebody wounded
mm,
and we're having them ride the axe speak, having a saddle that we can secure them to, or they can at least sit up in without falling off constantly. Having to stop to put somebody
Well-
back up on the axe speak is probably not going to be
we could just
advantageous.
tie him down with some rope or something. I mean,
Why don't we just get a stretcher or something that can be dragged behind by the ice peak?
I'm fine with that. I just you know, um yeah, I it's not my axe speak. I'm just deferring um to
well,
what y'all want.
well, when it comes to animals for the purposes of pack carrying and things, I defer to you on that because you're the one who has the experience being in a caravan. My experience with animals is mostly for hunting and purposes.
I'll be honest with you, we did not ride the caravan animals. These were oxen and mules for the most part, and they were there to help us haul things. If we had somebody so badly injured that they could not walk, then they rode in the back of a wagon or a cart.
I mean,
So I'll be honest with you. If we just want this as a pack animal, I think that's a good idea. But if you want it to be able to carry somebody who's wounded or exhausted, I think it'd be better for it to carry mine and Hulla's packs and us just to use the stretcher idea again. But again, I'm not from this area. This is my family is from this area, but I'm not. And this is my first time up here.
let's just, for now, at least, we'll stick with just the basic saddle.
Okay.
And if we do later decide we need to invest in better saddles, maybe once we've all got them and we're perhaps using them to ride across the tundra and using them maybe as, combat methods, they can be used.
Okay.
But for now, I think we should be fine. If we do need to secure someone to the back of it for whatever reason, we can just tie them on, I guess, for the time being.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I will give him my moonstone. So let me take this, my bloodstone. I apologize. Let me take this off of my
50
sheet.
gold, and then you're spending it to buy
2 saddlebags and the feed, the 3 big bags of feed.
got it. That's 11 gold. So it's going to give you 44 gold back.
Okay. All right. So come on, scroll down. Snowshoes. All right. So, all right, 852. All right. All right. So
And, you hear you hear the man say, I've just got to go back and actually go gather that much gold. So they go back into the safe or whatever. And whilst that's going on, and whilst you guys have been sort of milling around, either waiting for this exchange to go down, do you make a perception check for bits? And this would be a disadvantage, but because of their keen senses, it's going to be a flat roll.
come on, put up bits and perception. So normal.
16. Okay. You can see bits is normally by your side and patient and loyal. They seem to have been sniffing around at the air and uncharacteristically wandered off. And this doesn't normally do that. They're normally by your side.
Okay,
They haven't left the stables though. You can see their little wagging tail just around the corner.
I'm gonna go see what Bits has found. Hopefully it's not something I can't afford to replace, but let me go see what Bits is playing with, chewing on, eating.
All right. You round the corner and you see that they have right at the back of the stables found a bit of straw and hay that's been almost flattened down. And they're just sort of around that area, sniffing and wagging their tail.
Hey, what did you find? Good girl. You're
They
such a
just sort of,
good girl. Um,
they're just sort of sniffing around the depression of hay and just, as dogs do, just going around in circles.
uh, hey, um, 607, Brandee, can y'all come in here for just a second?
Yeah, sure.
Uh, the, Bits seems to be particularly interested in this area since she just had the thing that she acquired in her mouth. I'm wondering if the person might have stayed here.
It's worth a shot. See if she sniffs anything out. See if it leads us
Yeah.
anywhere.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if maybe we should have her follow the scent when we are done with this transaction, or if y'all want, we can split up. Y'all can go buy the goggles, and I can go. Fitz and I can follow the scent and see if it leads anywhere.
Right.
Although the last time we split up, y'all got to have this glorious, amazing battle. So
So
there's
what's
going to be battles. It should be my turn this time.
so what's happening with the chewing?
Well, we've got the two commissions. We know the Chewinga went into the forest, but I don't know that we don't have a solid lead right now onto the murderer. If the murderer is out there and we can prove it, we don't have to go from town to town to town.
And what we're waiting
Waiting,
for?
an axe speak and change. I'm not leaving my gold behind.
You hear the woman say it. Don't worry, I'm sure Shratha will be right back. And sure enough, he does return.
Okay.
Here you go. Here's your gold. He empties out his coin purse into yours.
Okay, I'm gonna hand 20 gold to Geist and say it's never good to keep all your coins in one pouch. So
If you say so. Is this to be spent on something straight away, or is you just keeping this with me for safekeeping?
I think that if we're going to pool our resources a lot, it doesn't make sense for us to have all of our coins in one pouch.
Makes sense.
So you may need more money down the line to purchase supplies for Labris. Labis.
Labrys. Labrys, yeah. Okay.
Large creatures' carrying capacity is twice that of the medium, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does she count as a large creature?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Labrys is pretty big.
Which means
Okay.
that Labris can hold 420 pounds of weight.
60 across the two saddlebags and whatever's on top.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to make a note. Yeah, so.
All right. So you've got You got the axe beak. You've got this
Yeah.
strange scent, but Bits doesn't seem to be able to follow a scent from this area.
Okay.
The only because it goes straight out into the freezing cold. It's
Well,
almost as if they just picked out something that was here.
yeah, before we go out in the freezing cold, I just want to, with great reluctance, stick my hand down in the straw and see if there's anything other than axe beak poop in it.
Yeah, it's you shoveling around in the hay. Doesn't look like there was anything left here.
Okay.
And if
Okay.
there was, it'd be like finding a needle in a haystack. Huh?
Uh,
So
yes, that's fine. I'm
Mm.
gonna grab a few wisps from the very center of it, because if this is our murderer, then
Mhm.
Bits could confirm it, or we can use the hay, maybe to, um, you know,
Mm.
if Bits finds it later on. So I just want to pick up just a a
A handful of
very
hay.
small handful that is not poopy, and
Yep, you got it. You see the bits is following, like their nose is following the handful as you're picking it up,
yeah.
and then now like looking up at you as you're tucking it away in your backpack.
All right, well, let's go get goggles then.
Yeah.
Bits, I don't think Bits is going to be able to follow this, and so
Though,
let's go
wait.
find goggles.
Bits picked up a scent here at the stables, you're saying?
Yeah, she picked up a scent, but I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Hmm.
It could be our murderer. It could be that she picked up somebody laying a dead
Murderer.
rabbit here.
You hear the you're having this conversation in the stable, and you hear one of the stable masters say, "Murderer? Sorry, what is it you're doing?"
Um,
Oh, no, no. It's a joke amongst my group uh, that we're the murderers, and so
Oh,
it
it's
made
not
it
a
look
very
like
Wow,
funny
group
joke.
name. You sort of had.
great group.
I'm not here. Never mind.
You're kind of all nearby in the stables, you could say, and you're
yeah.
probably all
So
gathering up anyway.
Are we? We're all there, aren't we?
yeah,
Yeah, you are
yeah. I
all
mean,
there.
I just asked you two to go around the corner and Hulla to stand with Geist, just to make sure that Geist wasn't left all by himself and murdered while we were
Right.
at our backs
The
turned.
the murderer's right. Yeah, we're known as the wolf herders, so I kind of get that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, just because we're tough and fearless adventurers.
We killed a bunch
So,
of
and
goblins recently. I said that's
right,
kind of
and
murder, I guess. So self-defense,
yeah,
so
Yeah.
and when I'm really hungry, oh, I can absolutely murder a roast.
He's nodding slowly, like right, right, almost like feigning understanding.
Um, could you tell us where we could buy some goggles to protect our eyes against snow?
Sure. Goggles, you can pretty much buy them anywhere here. But if you want the best quality ones, glass that's gonna keep clean and not break as easy, probably go to Renderil's Emporium. That's probably the best place.
Well, my murder friends, let's go to that emporium.
yes. Geist is just like I mean I suppose no, that's worse than being
Let's
called
go.
raiders. But yeah, so I'm just come on, Labras, let's go get some goggles and possibly some way to keep you warm whilst we're out and about.
It lets out a quick squawk, and away you go. All right, heading back into town. It's not too difficult to locate this place. People have heard of it. It's got a good reputation, and so I'll have you just enter into this. This refurbished old cabin. It seems to be have turned into like a shop front, and it faces the marketplace. Looks incredibly well clean, like kept and clean. And it's got a large entrance, and in the back, you can see there are traders offloading their wares. The interior of the store kind of resembles like an upper-class jewelry shop, one you'd imagine perhaps even from Wheat.
Okay, I'm gonna tell Bits. I'm gonna point to Labras and say guard, because I assume we can't bring the axe beak into the shop.
No, it doesn't look like you can.
So Bits is just gonna lay down next to Labras and make sure that nobody decides to come along and acquire a free axe beak in the road.
You got it. As you're going past the shelves, you can see everything is meticulously organized and polished, displayed in masterly crafted oak cabinets and shelving. And the store encompasses 2 floors, and you can see what you can only assume as Renderil sort of hop down from a nearby ladder and offloads a couple of pieces to his other 2 employees and approaches you. And Renderil looks like they're a half-elf, and they're wearing quite... like, they're not wearing full furs or anything like that. Kind of like a smart uniform. And they approach and say, welcome to Renderil's. You're looking for something exquisite? Something intricate? Something just fashioned to your tastes?
Mostly looking for 2 things. Goggles to protect one's eyes in the snow so that navigating is a bit easier if the weather gets heavy, and a way to keep an axe beak warm if we're out in the cold for longer than expected.
Ooh, also a tent. Do you have insulated tents?
Yes, that too.
Of course. We have everything an adventurer could want. Weapons made from the Dwarven Valley, fishing rods with elven hue, yeti skin coats with scrimshaw buttons, even mithril fishhooks and more. And he
Fish hooks.
he beckons you towards one section of the establishment, and yeah, you can see why this gained a reputation. The elaborate quality is quite on display, and amongst all of this, speaking of mithril, is a centerpiece item behind a massive glass cabinet, and you can see that it is glittering in the candlelight. It is a mithril half plate, and the price tag on it says 1,500 gold pieces.
Oh, if we didn't buy the axe beak, we could afford it.
Hulla makes like the appropriate like ooh and ah noises at everything that she's being shown. Ooh, oh, that's so pretty. How much did you say it was?
For the mithril half plate, 1,500.
That's she looks at like the single stone in her hand. I think that's more than I have right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my hands behind my back and try not to touch anything in here.
Well, it's almost peculiar as it happens that as you're walking onwards, you can hear this kind of locking mechanism about 30 feet behind Renderil as they're walking. And yeah, anyone could roll an Arcana check if you're proficient. I don't think anyone is proficient.
No, did we just get locked in?
I'm proficient in Arcana.
Okay, you
I'm
can roll it.
proficient in Arcana.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the sound of like an arcane lock spell, because he doesn't look like they're locking manually, and they just step down from a shelf, and you know that the arcane lock spell like comes into effect after a minute. Like if someone hasn't said, if someone says the unlock command word, and then leaves after a minute, it will then re-lock itself, and it sounds like that's what just happened as they're walking away. Everything is just locking itself back up. And you can imagine that spell is probably over everything. Any container, any opening That anything with a latch might even have it. But yeah, it's all well secured. Okay.
Don't try to steal anything.
No, it's going to be difficult to. All right, then. As you guys have reached the back where there's more things to your liking, you got snow goggles on display, incredibly well cleaned and displayed. And they say these snow goggles will keep you on watch even in the thickest of blizzards. So these are just the standard pair. We have masterwork ones as well. These ones are like shatter resistant, and you kind of just showing you all the different kinds of goggles you can acquire.
So the masterwork ones are just harder to break. That's what you're saying.
Yes, indeed, yes.
And how much more for those? Or how much are the regular ones, and how much more for the masterwork?
Snow goggles. Let's see. What are they?
Based on your list, it's 5 gold.
Yes, it should be that then. 5 gold for the standard pair. I think it's 10 gold for a masterwork pair.
Are there any pairs which do anything other than just protect the eyes? I don't know. Some sort of magic enchantment or...
Yes, there are. However, what's your price range today?
Well, mine personally, honestly, I think I'm just going to go for the standard, but just for, you know, something to save up for in the future, I guess, you know, hoard away the gold. That's what people do, right?
Indeed. In that case, then.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask out of game. 607, are you wearing goggles or is that just your icons? You actually have
I'm wearing goggles, but I don't know if they're like special goggles.
Okay.
They're
That's
the
fine.
ones I bought at. They're the ones I got at LL Bean.
Okay. Geist, perhaps we should get 4 pairs of the standard goggles, and so that Barritomus, Hulla, you and I all have goggles like 607 does.
That's
And
not a bad idea.
and then Shopkeep, how much for your insulated tents?
They are also priced at, what was it?
Insulated 10 is 50 gold. Insulated shelter is 200.
There you go.
Wow.
Those.
I can buy. Well, I can buy one of the ones for 50 gold.
That will at least be good to keep a couple of us warm.
You can get 2 people in those, correct?
We can get enough for a watch to sleep, that sort of thing.
I mean, I've got my standard tent currently, though it's not insulated. So
that would give us a tent and an insulated tent,
which is enough for 4. And
you'll
then
be surprised at how warm things will be when you start packing bodies in those.
And if we do you also sell the necessary provisions for making a campfire or 2?
Of course, yes.
Because that's
get
probably
kindling,
wise.
fresh logs, straight from Lonely Wood. Deforesting is a little bit forbidden around outside of Bryn Shander, as the woods are not nearly as substantial as the ones outside Lonely Wood.
Then it's understandable. So, yeah, if we get
one insulated tent,
one insulated tent,
one pair of goggles, 2 pairs of goggles,
one for each of us.
I mean, the goggles are mostly for. I mean, they help with being able to navigate and tracking, so it's probably best for those who are going to be doing that bit. Um,
Snow blindness is a problem for everybody.
true, true.
At least
And
one, then.
I would rather get everybody a pair of goggles. If you don't need them, that's great. If you
Yeah.
do need them, I'll get the goggles.
Okay, if you want to
So,
get the goggles.
shopkeep, I'll buy 4 pairs of goggles, one for everybody.
Absolutely. That's 20 gold.
Here's 20 gold.
All right, knock that off your sheet.
Just did.
And they said also you mentioned a more exquisite pair, and during this like back and forth, he actually whispered the arcane lock command word to a shelf that was hidden underneath the cabinet, and as he draws out the hidden compartment, you see a wondrous pair of goggles that have been shaped that look like almost owl eyes, and like a little beak protrudes from the front as well. And you can tell immediately this is definitely a magical item of some description. The craftsmanship is like unlike anything else from the standard pairs.
What do these do?
These allow a wearer gifted without night vision or dark vision to be able to see much more clearly. Especially in Icewindale, these are going to be invaluable.
And how much are those?
These are quite expensive. 1,500 gold pieces to be exact.
Oh, if we didn't go out and buy the axe beak.
Perhaps once
I'll
you've
blame
accumulated some funds.
Yes, I will certainly keep those in mind. They could be useful. But so we also get the one insulated tent. Shall we say 3 lots of campfire wood? Or do we want more than that?
It's up to you.
How much? Remind me how much the campfire wood was?
So the campfire wood is 2 gold per campfire, apparently.
Okay.
So
Well, I can if I buy 2 things of campfire wood and the tent, then I'm out, and I'll chip in for that. So I'll say because I didn't contribute anything for the axe beak.
okay, so that gives us that. Do you have, suppose, some form of warm clothing I could put on an axe beak, or some way to keep an axe beak warm? Other than the campfire. Yes. I mean, I probably should have asked at the stable now that I'm thinking about it, but I've heard that this place is the best.
As I'm aware, the axe beaks are quite accustomed to the cold in and around the town. They're born and bred for this environment. But should you venture out further, beyond the protection of the towns, then perhaps, yes, you would require something. Where the cold gets to an unnaturally low temperature, almost as if the fury of the goddess herself is trying to blot out every flame. We could probably get some blubber insulation. That might do the trick. Or some heavy furs. Just sort of wrapped over the saddle.
I'll get some. If we could get some fur lining, that would probably be at least enough to keep them at least a bit of cold off of them in case they cost quite a bit. I don't want them to die from the cold.
Of course, protect your investments.
Exactly.
All right. In that case, yeah, you can pay for lining.
Which would be
that will give them
20 gold?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get that. So
that will weigh them down a little bit, but not by a terrible amount, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna
probably worth it for the protection.
Yeah. And so as a total they've got like plus 10 to the cold, plus 11 if you count the con.
Yep.
Cool. Alright then. looks like you're all set. But do come by if you are in the need of other protections.
We'll
And he
certainly
kind of
keep that in
nods
mind.
towards the big cabinet. And just so you're aware, we don't keep all of our items on display. Most expensive are, well, hidden away. And he looks around. Have you heard of Elven Chain before?
No, but it sounds fancy.
It is the fanciest item I believe we own. Seems
And
as though you're destined for great things with all this gear you're acquiring. So, I'll let you on a little secret. Elven Chain is a magical medium armor that'll protect you even if you're against the most hardiest of foes.
Probably
And
not.
even if you're not proficient in medium armor, it can still protect the wearer.
No,
It's
I
almost
will.
like it's perfect for anyone.
I'll certainly keep that in mind. But right.
But yes.
But
Right.
for now, we have things to be doing. Your shop has been a wondrous emporium, and I would offer you some cheese, but I don't know why. People just don't seem to want my cheese, so I'll just keep my cheese to myself.
They take a gracious bow and lead you out into the front door.
I shall untie Labris, put the fur lining on them so they're kept nice and warm.
I can see why you want to protect them. What a magnificent, beautiful creature.
Yes, I will give them a. I'm trying to look based on the design, like a little scratch, just be on like the neck, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure where an Axbeak would like to be scratched, but based on how well I did with the animal handling, I'm sure Geist knows, even if I don't.
True. Yeah, on the neck. Like scratches on the neck.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. Looks like you're all geared up. Who paid for the tent, by the way?
I did.
Okay, perfect. Alright.
And 2 things of the logs, which I added onto my thing as a
The tent
consumer.
is a 2-person tent, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
2-person.
Okay. Okay.
And everybody added their goggles, right?
Oh,
No, I've not added mine
no.
on.
Yeah.
So-
So
Is there an
everybody, I
item for
got.
that?
That's what I was
Didn't
looking for as well.
see it. I just added it manually. But
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
nothing
isn't
on
one
there.
you can find, but manually works. In fact, yeah, I'm just going to edit this one and pass it along to everyone.
Jokey.
Snow goggles, and they were 5 gold. They probably weigh like 0.1.
Right. And as we've got storage space and we don't know for definite if we're going to come back, I'm wondering if, with what funds we've got left, if we should settle up our tab at the Northlook before we head out and gather up anything we may have left there, just in case we don't come back here for a little while. Because if we get the Chewinga, we're going to go back to Bremen, so...
That does make sense, actually, yeah.
Unless anyone has another idea, or I'm just trying to think ahead.
Probably best to clear up everything before we move on.
Yeah.
Just well, because we don't know where we're going to be next.
Right.
Do you guys want me to put anything to any of that, by the way? I've not got a lot, but
I mean,
I
yeah.
got a couple of things to sell.
I mean, if you want to sell some stuff and you want to cover the room, I guess maybe, I don't know how much that's going to cost us.
That's a fair point. Moving on, we haven't paid the tab.
Yeah. And I don't know why I get the feeling that people in the 10 towns probably don't like unpaid tabs, so if we leave and then come back like a week later, it'll probably still have charged us for it that week.
Yeah. Alright.
So let's
Um,
clear out
I'll
that.
Okay.
I'll go back and see how much the tab's gonna cost.
Yeah, I'll head
Well,
that
let's
way
go
as well.
together.
Yeah, I've got to
Let's
gather up
split
my
up.
arrows.
Yeah.
Okay, I've added
Especially
snow
since
goggles there.
when y'all go out by yourselves, y'all have epic battles without me. Not that I'm bitter or anything.
I don't
We
think we're gonna
didn't
have
want to be doing it without you. If it makes a difference.
Yeah.
In fact, we
Thank
missed
you.
you
That,
very, very dearly.
I don't think
Hulla,
we're
that's
gonna
Very
be
very kind.
dearly. Oof, oof.
I don't think we're gonna be having an epic battle at the end.
At least,
Yeah.
yeah, hopefully not.
Okay.
Y'all see Bits sniffing around the post where the axe beaks are tied. She lifts her leg, marks her spot, and then follows behind us. She just wants that post to be able to say Bits was here.
Oh, goodness, there's dog pee on our emporium's out front door.
No,
they
it's on
get-
the post.
All right, fair.
It's on the post. Guy said he tied her up out front. That means
Yeah.
that there's got to be, a post where he tied her up
Sure.
at.
How much did the bag of feed weigh, by the way?
That's a good question. So it's got enough rations for 5 days. So let's see, it'll be 5
Yeah.
times 2.
So
10.
okay, so I'll add that on. So it's annoying that the
There you
NPC sheets don't have a way to maintain the weight.
Yeah. That's fine. I don't think they'll reach it anytime soon unless something really heavy gets on there.
Yeah.
All right.
Right,
To
so
the
let's.
north, look.
Yep, to the north. Look.
Moving on. To the north, look. Okay, back you go.
Yep.
Gonna
And I'm
pay,
gonna grab my arrows and put them in the saddlebag so that I've got 127 arrows if I need them.
yeah.
We should probably. I assume, Chris, it's been a couple of hours. Should we get lunch so we have one last hot meal before we head out?
Not a bad shout.
Yeah, I would actually ask if you knock off. Actually, no, you're going to get food here. I was going to say knock off the ration off your character sheet, but if you're going to grab food here, that's fine.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Let's do that. And if you're going to pay off your tab, you head up to the barkeep.
Yeah.
Let's see.
With them.
Make a token for him. I didn't supply art for a lot of things in here, but the North Luke, I remember his name. It was Scramsack. Welcome back. You're ready to pay up, I see.
Yeah, two nights and 3 meals. Plus
3
drink.
meals, 2 nights. Oh yes, and you racked up quite a tab on that first night too. All right. Let's see. Second brings out a small little notepad. Living expenses. All right. So it was actually a comfortable living here. So that's 2 gold for a comfortable. It's 2 gold for comfortable. And you stayed here 2 nights, so that's 4. And then
Each or
it would be each, yeah.
What?
Easy
It would.
peasy. Wow.
Oh,
well,
20
I've
gold.
got-
Plus, and I'll say because you got a couple of drinks on the first night, and you're getting a nice hearty warm meal, I will rack that up by an extra 1 gold. So in total, everyone
25.
spends 5 gold.
25
Each.
gold altogether.
Yeah.
25 together.
Yeah.
I can pay my shot. So I'm down to
I-
7 gold, but I'll
Oh.
pay my shot.
Oh,
I'll
I
pay
need
mine.
someone to cover for me.
you seem to like your wall pieces, right? How about a genuine Velociraptor skull with 2 days of work put into it by myself.
What on earth is that? That looks like something you'd see in East Haven. Ah, well.
All right. Want it look good on your wall. Want it bring in the customers.
Roll a persuasion check.
Come on, this is my forte.
This is your bartering.
I mean,
15.
And how much are you trying to sell it for?
No, don't sell the Velociraptor skull. I mean, that's so amazing. I mean, it's one of my favorite pieces you've done. Hulla, isn't it one of your favorite pieces too?
I mean, the only other place you're gonna get something like this would be back in Weep in my shop.
How much is it you're trying to get for? Are you trying to get the whole tab off with this?
Yeah,
Or
the
just
25 gold pieces.
the
worth.
whole thing. Okay. He says,
I mean, you got a
look, I need to, I can't sell.
you got a fish over there. This will do good over above your bar.
and you're not
Got a
going
bit
to
of a
see
meat.
anything. You're not going to see anything like it for anywhere in the 10 towns. I can tell you that.
We'll have to take down one of the moose skulls. Or the reindeer ones. Actually, above the fireplace could work.
You got 2 fireplaces as well, so.
Well, it's a nice piece. I'll take it. What? I'll take it off your hands and knock 10 gold off the tab.
10 gold. Wow.
Oh no, no, this is an exquisite piece.
Well then,
Barritomus is an artist. He is so well known in Weep, and you will.
well then you'd probably get more for it in East Haven. They love that kind of thing.
Oh, really?
Oh yes. There used to be Choltian settlers, and they've got all kinds of dinosaur bones adorning their huts and buildings. You should see it. It's quite a spectacle.
What about a pen instead then?
Oh, a what?
A pen for writing down all your customers that come in, keeping track of their fees instead of you trying to think it up on your head as you just did.
Let me see that. What have you actually got?
It
Is it a
is.
scrimshaw? Oh yes, the scrimshaw ink pen. Right? Yeah, I got it.
You know,
Scrimshaw too, which, fitting with your theming of the fish on the wall.
You know, if you're
Scrimshaw's not bad.
If you're too busy keeping track of a tab of 5 people, what if someone else comes in at the same time? You forget how much they are. But not if you've got it written down.
All right, roll another persuasion check for this one.
Jesus.
A little bit better.
Little bit.
He says, same again. Look, with the meat shortage, I gotta pay my tax here as well in Brinshanda. And that ain't getting any cheaper. But I'll knock 10 gold off.
Yeah,
if you want.
I'll give away a pen for 10 gold.
All right,
All right.
it's a deal. That's 15 gold.
That takes care of you and Hulla. I'll pay the 5 gold for Bits and I. 607, can you pay this? 607?
You all paid.
How much?
No. I hand over the 15 gold. You all paid for the gear.
Oh,
Can you engrave it as well with Scramsax's pen?
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I can sign it if you want as well.
No, it's just so if anyone steals it, then they know whose pen it is.
Oh.
And there's only one Scramsax in all of Brinshanda. That's that.
A little bit dejected that I don't want my autograph, but okay. I carve his name into it.
So yeah, I'll say you do that over the course of the meal. You're all sat down and scoffing down a good hearty grub. You finish engraving. You're all set, ready to head out. About 12, coming up to 1-ish.
How long did it take you to travel to where you saw the thing, Ashanti?
It was 4 hours, right, Chris?
Right.
Um, before we leave, Innkeep, do y'all have any old bones in the back? Or is everybody okay?
I'm
Oh,
good.
bones.
Yeah,
Uh,
just so that Bits can have something to chew on at night.
oh, okay.
Do you have any stew bones or any leg bones from a roast or anything?
You've probably got one right there after the stew I just cooked up.
Okay, then
Yeah.
I'll
That's a
take
bit
a
of like
bone.
reindeer.
Yeah, I'll take a bone for Bits, and so that she's got something to chew on. She's got a chew toy, and then I'm going to try to get her little footsie boots on again, but I'm not sure she's going to go for this.
You rolled a pretty good roll last time, I thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to roll again?
Geist is going to assist by kneeling down and whispering in Bits' ear.
Oh, okay. In that case, no roll even required. You see that as there's a little bit of resistance as you're trying at first, but the moment you see the old ragged tribe member sit down next to them, there's a calmness and an obedience, and you see they're having no problems after that.
You're such a good girl. You are just the best dog ever, Bits.
Okay, with that, you guys can finally set off to this little forest near Brinshanda, southwest, nope, east, southeast, just where you guys were crossing the road when you met that strange berserker. So you can head straight south from that road, or you can cut a beeline towards it. It's up to you. You want to go via the road, or do you want to head through the thick snow, which you can, but it's up to you.
I recommend going by the road. It was easier for us to travel that way, but if y'all, and then we can just get off the path when we're ready to do so. I'm
That
just worried
sounds
if we.
like the smart move.
I
Yeah.
agree. I don't really relish getting lost or attacked or ambushed by another Yeti berserker whatever monster.
Yes.
So yeah,
He was just a
The road it
dude.
is.
He was just a dude.
he
But
was
he-
like a crazy dude who almost killed us.
Yeah, that's that black shard stuff. The shard
Yeah.
line. That's what it does to people. If you see any of it, don't touch it. Just give it to me. I have some resistance to it.
Okay.
Okay. In that
Otherwise,
case,
you'll turn out like that guy and go crazy.
yeah, you don't want that.
Hmm.
All right then. You're heading out, and the east exit of Grinshanda is as heavily guarded as the others. They ask where you're heading, and just so you know, for your own protection, in case you don't get back to the other side, where are you guys heading?
Be heading down to the woods to pick up some trails that we found previous day.
Friends.
And then trails.
You're not going lumbering. You're not lumbering, are you?
No.
All right.
And then we might head over to East Haven to make a sail, or back to Bremen. Depends how our tracking goes.
All right. You be careful in those woods.
Yes, I understand. The woods are not suitable for lumbering and are protected for that sort of thing, so we won't do any of that.
It's not just that. There's been word of some sightings, perhaps even a giant Goodmead's in a bit of a spot.
Would this be the 9-foot tall person who stole some honeymead from Goodmead supposedly recently?
That'd be it. Aye.
Well, we'll keep our eyes open for them, and who knows, maybe we can get that honeymead back and get the supplies back in order. That'll be for the benefit of everyone.
All right then. Stay wrapped up. Stay warm. And you hear the gates beginning to creak open.
And
you're led out into the cold open.
Oh dear. Why do I have a bad feeling about this?
Because you're a
Alright.
cleric, Hulla, and you are intuitive, and clerics are smart.
Oh no, it's definitely not that, but it's maybe it's just that I've already got a chill down my back.
Turn around, Hulla, and I'm gonna check her pack and her coat just to make sure that it wasn't snow sliding down.
Yeah, it might have been just a bit from the roof of the parapet.
When they shut the gate. So
yeah.
So okay, you look all right. You might want to pull your hood up though. Now that we're out here.
Fair point.
Okay.
Just a quick thing. The berserker we fought, he barely had any clothing on, didn't seem to be affected by the cold, right?
Well,
he
not
was
at the moment. He was,
He was frostbitten.
He was being affected, he just didn't care.
That's it.
Again, he had gone mad by the Charlatan that was carrying. He was carrying.
Just his lack of clothing reminded me of someone. But probably not important.
And with that little
a lot of
tidbit.
naked people?
Yeah, you know a lot of people who go around wearing next to nothing in weather like this?
I know one.
Tribes?
It's the current so-called leader of my tribe. He barely wears anything at all apart from some basic scraps here and there. Far less clothing than even I was wearing when I first headed out, and you guys ran into me, and that wasn't suited for this weather. So the fact he can withstand it is impressive, and I thought perhaps there might be, if this crystal can give some kind of madness, or because of its connection to ice, perhaps it is some sort of cold weather resistance. Maybe he had some somehow, but must be something else.
Maybe
Does he have any Charlatan on him?
Not that I saw. I'm also wondering if perhaps he isn't entirely human. I know there are some races and tribes that I've heard of that are better suited for the cold than humans are. But
is he particularly tall, or hairy, or scaled? Does he have wings?
No, he's not anything like that. I mean, he's tall like most of my tribe. I mean, I'm not exactly short myself, so could be some giant blood in there, I guess, possibly. Explain a few things. Mostly his lack of intelligence, but he's not a good leader.
Okay, so about an hour into your trek, following the road, which is clearly marked out from Brunshanda to East Haven, doesn't stop the cold from creeping in slightly. However, you've left at a good time. This is basically what you'd consider noon in any other part of the world. The highest part where the sun would be beaming down, but looking up above, it is just a dreary, dim light that suffuses the air. blotted out by the occasional dark cloud raining down endless flakes of snow. But as you're traveling together, huddled up, you can give me a very standard DC 10 frost check. And I don't
See if
think
it
anyone
works.
can really fail this at this point. Unless you roll an at 1. I mean... Wait, what did you actually get, though?
I got a 12.
It's just a success.
And Labras got 16.
Oh, it's a little toasty out today.
Yeah.
I see. Someone's showing off all their fur lining, this big blubbery. You look like twice as big right now, 607, from all the layers that you've put on. Especially since you were first encountered by Ashanti stuck in the snow.
30.
And if you... That's fine. Yep, looks like all this preparation has completely warded off the cold, but you never truly win against the cold. It's not a battle that will ever be claimed as victory. It is simply just a survival against the cold. Always there, always prevalent, creeping in. And you know that any moment you let your guard down or full slip, your protection could be stripped away. But who would do that? Only a horrible DM would do that. Alright, so moving on. I'd like everyone to make me a perception check though, and I am going to roll for weather whilst you do that. Because we haven't done that in a while. That's 2d6 if I recall.
Ooh. But we have goggles. Does this change our...
If you was in heavy snow or a blizzard, yeah, it would. But right now, the weather is 18. I rolled an 18, so it's going to be... Wait a minute.
You
No, I
rolled
didn't
an
roll an
8.
8. I rolled the 8. Sorry, yeah. Your perception checks buried it. There it is, 8. So you went from a blizzard to dense fog. That would make sense. It would also mean disadvantage on all these perception checks. But I'm only going to ask 607 and Barry to re-roll it.
Because we sucked. Yeah, because they'll help us. The snow goggles will help us in the snow. They won't help us in the fog.
And Bits can also be rolling this as well. Yeah. So Barry got 14.
Bits is going by, I guess, hearing.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay. Sorry, so Ashanti, you got... Was that your first roll, right? Could you roll that perception check second time? Just because as you have disadvantage, just dense fog, just... It feels like it came out of nowhere. It's almost as if, as you were talking about that omen of getting a bad feeling about this, is when it just seemed to slowly creep in and roll over the mountain. And it blots out pretty much everything in front of you. But not that you're actually looking out for anything in particular, just keeping an eye on any dangers that might approach. But on the road, you feel relatively safe. And that's actually enforced by the fact that you can actually see a big pair of tracks in the snow in front of you. And there seems to be the same straight lines as well that you came across when you found that big sled carrying all the iron ingots. There must be another sled up ahead that is moving. The tracks, if anyone wants to roll a survival, they
I'll
can
give it a
probably
go.
figure that out. Yeah, they're like medium-sized tracks, so they're probably Dale folk by the looks of the boot shape, size, print. And as that's been pointed out, I think Barry, you're the only one who barely got enough. Everyone else is keeping their heads down because it's better so the wind isn't slashing at their faces. But up ahead, you can see there is just a faint outline of a small caravan.
Probably
Looks to
because
be.
probably because I'm so short. My head is already down.
Yeah, that's probably it. So you have to look up to make sure you're not walking into things. There is a faint outline of a caravan up ahead. They're probably moving away from you, but a slower pace on the road, and they must be trekking towards East Haven if they're following the east way. So and this is about an hour in. So you're another hour off. Oh no, sorry, another 3 hours off from reaching the woods. But
So we're going in the same direction.
you are, yeah.
Right. There's a caravan ahead. Do we want to catch up or
Shoot it.
stay away? I can't imagine a caravan is bad news.
No, it's probably traders going between the cities, right?
Possibly.
Yes. I mean, the only thing that could potentially be a thing is if it was our murderer, but I doubt they'd be using a sled.
No, they might be hiding among the caravan.
Possibly.
That's how they travel from one place to the other, right? They killed in Bremen, now they killed in Brennishander, and they're
That's
on their way
true.
to East Haven.
And if that's the case, then our good old sniffer dog here should be able to recognize the scent.
Yeah, and then we just kill everybody in the caravan for
No.
aiding and abetting.
I don't think that's how that works. I think it's just the specific person.
Okay, so just kill the one guy. Or girl.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, how would we're assuming that Bits would like run to them and start attacking, but we don't know that Bits actually has the scent. Do
But
we? I mean,
thought
they're
we-
only going off a little bit of
No,
ice.
she was able to smell something in the hay. She did hold the knife for a while, but Bits would never run up and attack anybody.
but
Absolutely never do that. That she is too well trained for that.
they might bark at them specifically because they remember the scent.
She
So
will
we're back to the just kill everybody plan.
No.
607, I'm not sure that we should kill everybody because there might be some innocent folks in the caravan.
I don't think his logic understands point of initiative.
Do we?
No,
If we kill everybody, then the murderer is dead, and then there's no more murders. And
but we
we end
can't.
up with a caravan. We end up with whatever they have. It's a
That's
Well,
win-win.
we
Whereas
can't prove which one was the murderer. And
Yeah.
remember, the lady that we met wanted proof.
yeah, and what if it's a case of none of them are, and then people from the towns hear about it, and then we end up with a bounty on our head.
And then we can't
Well, we
go into
won't,
any of the
because-
towns for shelter and things. I don't want to risk
Uh,
that.
I-
That seems bad.
I don't think that the reason this person's being wanted is because there's a pattern. But if we kill everybody and then there's no more murders, there's your proof. It was one of them. There's no more murders in the building.
I mean, considering the pattern that's gone on so far, from what we understand, there's not been any deaths in East Haven. It was just Bremen, Targos, and Brunshander. So if they are going this way, then that would be a break of the pattern for them. Unless
No. East Haven's their last port of stop.
Yeah.
Was it? I thought it was...
Yeah, they're probably... They did
Targos-
their kill, and now they need to move to East Haven for their next cycle, and they're in that caravan right now.
Yeah.
Was it Targos, Brunshander, and East Haven that was the...
Yeah, we missed Targos. We were there for the Brinshander one. Now we're trying to catch them
I mean,
before
in
or
that
at East
case,
Haven.
it might be worth catching up with the caravan if we can.
And not murdering them all.
Were we told that there was a murder in East Haven?
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we were.
Not the pattern is a month or so ago. He killed one in Targos, one in Bryn Shadow, one in East Haven, and that it looks like it's happening in the same order again.
Or she,
Oh yeah, or she.
or they. We
Oh.
don't know how this person identifies. So, or if it's even a person, it
Or
might
if
not be a
it's-
person,
Might be multiple people.
or it might be maybe it's a cult.
Mm,
It's the cult of the
ice knife.
thing. What
Cult
was
of
it called again?
Cult of the icicle sword.
No, what's the name of the god, the almost god thing that they worship here?
Yeah, my brain's still.
Oriel.
Yes. Cult.
Ariel. Who's
Oral.
Ariel?
Oral.
Oral goddess of winter's cruelty.
Yeah, the water
Oriel,
mermaid
yes.
of icy storms.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
Ariel.
Yeah.
They're all wearing red head wigs.
Yeah.
Okay. I think with that, then, you guys are going to try and attempt to catch up. It's still kind of like several hundred feet off, but sure, you can begin to pick up your pace. Maybe catch up to them within the next half an hour, I say. So, with that, here seems like a good place to actually go for a quick little break as you're
Yep.
catching up to this caravan.
Okay.
Okay, we will be right back.
Alright.
Stay cool.
2, 1. Oh, I've got to redo the stupid. The annoying
Oh.
thing with the break screen.
You
It's
need a minute.
just for the.
Oh yeah, that thing. Oh, you
Okay,
ready?
now
Are
we're
you
good.
ready?
Now we're good.
Okay, we're good. Alrighty, we're back. Okay, so the party have continued on for a long, tedious, freezing hour, trying to catch up to this caravan ahead of you, and with no slowing them in sight, takes you quite a while, and you can hear the dogs. They got like a massive set of dogs who are pulling about, looks like three sleds ahead of you, and you can see the stout fur-laden figures up ahead. And there seems to be about 6 of them in total. And there's about 2 per sled.
So
And as
sleds total?
2 sleds,
Okay.
6 people, and there's dogs pulling each sled. And as you guessed earlier about perhaps these guys being merchants, they do look like they've got big bundles, all with tarps over the top of them, and yeah, looks like these dogs are hefting quite a load. That's what you could tell. Are you doing anything as you approach?
I'm just gonna call Bits back to me. I assume she was being a dog and ranging to either side and having fun in the snow, but I want her close to me just in case. These people are not good people.
Got it.
Have we done an investigation check on see if we can see who these people are?
Yeah, it's probably worthwhile seeing if we can identify anything distinctive about them.
Kind of like literally anything.
Anything identified, like you mean like flags or
Yeah, like
that kind
remember
of thing?
those guys on the boat had that.
True, they did.
Had the flag. You know.
They
something.
don't seem to be sporting anything like that. However, there's no obvious signage or anything of the like. No flag.
Are they human, dwarf?
They look stout and quite bulky. One of them is standing taller than the others, and though you can't make out from the front because they're all wearing thick furs, you can see one of them is standing taller than the others, but isn't wearing particularly massive thick furs like the others.
Let me go forward and see if they are a known caravan, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Sure.
Ashanti, how far ahead of the others do you wish to go?
I'd like to walk up and hail them and say, ho there, merchants. Is this an open caravan or a closed caravan?
Okay. You call out, and it startles the 2 riders at the back, who didn't realize perhaps they were actually being followed up to this point. And you can see 2 of them turn around, their faces with balaclavas and goggles. You can hardly make out what or who they are. But they kind of look around, leaning on the back of the sled, and they call out, what? What'd you say?
Is this an open caravan or a closed caravan? do you allow others to travel with you?
Oh, I'll have to ask the boss. And you hear the one turn around and shout out, Torga! There's some travelers. They want to accompany us, I suppose. And you see this incredibly stout, packed with furs and clothing, figure stand up on the middle sled, and they look around, and they kind of peer out towards you guys, and you can see them. Looks like a female dwarf, and she has her hair kind of like tied back in a big messy bun. It's kind of like white hair, and a stern-looking figure, kind of almost eyeing you up, Ashanti. And
Oh there, Torga. My name is Ashanti Kemp. I'm formerly of the Thousand Head Trading Coster, working under Will Savaloy. Um, Taking a break this season to find some adventure. But if you have you heard of Will Savaloy in the Thousand Heads Trading Coster?
I will roll their intelligence just like I did the others. See if they
Okay.
remember such a name.
Huh, no.
They abruptly kind of respond with a never heard of him. Can't really say I care much for him either. And which way are you heading? You heading to East Haven?
We're definitely on the road for East Haven right now. So we're kind of footloose and fancy free and traveling where there's things to do and people to see.
Ah,
More people to see and things to do.
you look like adventuring types. You in need of anything? We're actually merchants.
Oh, what do you sell?
You know, this and that. Any kind of gear that you might need, really. Can't really set up shop right here, but we're planning on heading to East Haven and laying out our goods there. If you need something, we can meet you there. But we're not stopping in the middle of the snow. And all the while this conversation is taking place, the dogs actually haven't stopped. You're almost like having to run and talk at the same time.
That's fine. Let me talk to my comrades, and I'll let you know. So again, I am Ashanti. It is a pleasure to meet you, Torga.
A
And
pleasure.
I'll go back to the group and tell them what I learned.
Okay. You head back to the others. They're not too far away. In fact, they probably caught up a little bit
Yeah,
as you're trying to like talk and
all I have to do is stand still for a second.
exactly.
Did you make contact?
Yeah, it's a female dwarf named Torga. Seems to be the caravan master.
Okay.
They sell odds and ends. And they do not seem to be very interested in being out in the snow or having traveling companions.
Did you
Never.
did you ask if any of them were a murderer?
Um, I thought that might be more of a campfire discussion,
Oh, okay.
less of an out on the open road. They seem to sell odd trinket things, whatever they can get their hands on, and I didn't want them to get their hands on me and my stuff and decide to add it to their inventory.
Yeah, there's a picture of Torga.
I mean, I suppose, considering the target so far, if they were merchants killing off people, but to, wipe out competition or cash in debts or something like that, but
Maybe that's how they sacrificed to Oriel.
a safe travel between the 3 towns, but
Yeah.
Hello, you said that some merchants found you and brought you in. Do you recognize those people up ahead?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Nope. No. No one I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I would remember them, and they were passing south anyway. I mean, people here don't seem to like to stay if they don't have to. I get that impression.
Yeah, well,
So
it's
like
a little chilly.
it's a they were not seeing what happens to people who stay here too long, and there's really not much in the way of
Okay.
um goods trading stuff, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
But I mean, do you want to go and approach them? It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot
We
there.
already have, and they're only interested in selling to us once they get to East Haven. They're not going to stop for us or slow down for us, and they look like they are not interested in having any companions on the road.
no. If they're heading to East Haven, we can meet them there. It might be.
Yeah, and plus, it's probably better if they don't know where we turn off the road.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, uh,
All right.
I'm okay. I don't see any reason why we would like wanna hang
I mean,
around.
yeah, we just
Mhm.
need to go get, the chimichangas.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Let's
it's as you
just
say that.
head that
Perhaps
way.
there
Yeah.
is. It's as you
Uh
say that. Perhaps there is like a little flicker to the lantern of tracking that just blinks
oh.
a slight light
Oh,
green for just a briefest of moments.
Did you see that? The
I
light.
did.
we should.
Excellent.
That means there's one nearby.
Is it? Can we tell if it's pointing towards the caravan
It
or
doesn't
no?
really point, but you can tell within a radius when it starts to light up. And if
Okay.
you want to try and figure out if it's near the caravan, you could always hold off following them.
Yeah.
Or if you,
Yeah.
yeah,
I'll do that and sort of edge towards them and see if it gets any brighter.
yeah, okay. So you try to get closer and closer to the caravan,
Hmm.
and it doesn't get brighter or dimmer. In fact, anything it sort of flickers dimly. Yeah, it just sort of flickers dimly. So it's not getting brighter or fainter.
This may be where we need to turn off into the forest.
Does this
I
look
would.
like the area where you saw
It does. It,
the
it
the
does.
chinning?
And yeah, and I left a mark on a tree where
Oh,
Bits and I stayed for a while.
do you see that mark on the tree?
Yeah, there's some sparse trees here and there. But definitely not at like the densest part of the wood. But if you say you marked a tree where you began to turn off, then sure, you can say that
No,
that's
no, where
around
we
here.
sat.
Oh,
So
okay.
we'd gotten to the edge of the forest, and I'd marked a tree where we sat there for that day while everybody was out having the battle.
Okay, gotcha. All right then.
So it looks like it, but I'll have to get closer to the edge of the forest
Hmm.
um, to be able to see. I did mark it up high in case there was more snow.
All right,
In
then
that case, then
let's.
head off.
Yep.
Turning away from the caravan,
Mhm.
you do see that the only tall figure in the group in the middle sled has also turned around and is looking out across. You're kind of like too far out to really make any details.
Mhm.
But there's definitely a human accompanying these dwarves. He just looks out across you guys and then sort of turns around and sits back down into the sled. And
Okay.
yeah, he's not wearing as much clothing, like fur clothing, as the others are. But
Yeah, we
in
should
any
have killed
case,
him.
Yes.
should have killed him. No. Okay, we'll take you to. Oh wait, no, you're already on the map. I'm on a different map. Ah. Okay, so heading down, you're gonna. Can we grab bits? Bits is a good marker. Yeah, here we are. So you've headed this way for about 2 hours, and now you're gonna head sort of straight south into these dense woods, and that'll take another hour. I'm gonna ask for everyone to make me a frost check, and I will roll for weather. In fact, yeah, no, I'm rolling every 2 hours for weather. And that's a 5. Hmm.
Why did it
So
not
that
roll
just
for
goes
me
from.
again?
It has gone to light snow. So that's actually probably the most common of weathers for everyone here. DC 10. You're good. Everyone looks like they're great. I
I
don't
beat
think you
it by
can really.
30.
Jesus. Cool. All right. You are faring so much better than your first trek out into the cold on that heavy
Oh my
lake.
god. So much better this time.
Trudging
We might
in.
even be strong enough to go fishing in this weather.
Well,
Maybe.
now
Let's not.
let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, we kind of learned from that one.
Everyone's aversion to fishing now. It's hilarious. Okay, passing a few of the sparse trees and heading deeper in, the dim light that gave you some light into the area becomes dimmer and dimmer as the canopy of these higher spruces and pines blot it out. And it is at this point you will likely need to light a torch in the forest.
Hmm.
Dancing lights.
Or dancing lights, which case you're absolutely fine. Okay, the dancing lights are out, and you're going to keep several of them in front of you, and just
Yeah, I'll
bobbing around.
spread them in. I guess we're walking more or less in a line, so I'll keep them sort of in a line above us, a little bit ahead.
Perfect. It's not the only magical light that seems to be glowing brighter. The lantern too is now not flickering, but rather is a solid green tint. And it's at this point, I will say, Ashanti, you do recognize this sort of section as where you tracked the Chewingas too. And it's around here you might find that tree that you did mark.
Okay. Do you want me to roll a perception check to see if I find it, or?
No, I think you're good. You spent
Yeah.
like a lot of time out here. The whole time the others were doing the battle with the goblins, you spent out here just sort of circling the area and making sure you knew
Right.
this is going to be the spot.
Okay.
And Bits has also marked it, so no, maybe not. He's marking
Yes,
he's marking
Bits.
everything.
She's letting everybody know she's there.
Okay. Marks the same spot. And this, you can see, is a completely abandoned area. Like, well, sorry, not abandoned, but it is complete wilderness out here. No one would even dare to think to make a little home out here. It's too cold, too open, but apparently there are signs of life here, according to the lantern. And I think at
All
this
right.
point, though, you're in the right area. So I think at this point it makes sense to start tracking them. So survival checks if you want to try and find signs of them or tracks.
I guess I'll try one of those. So,
I'll try that.
Hmm.
Let's see.
Okay. Well, the thing is with Chewinga.
30-20?
Oh, really? Okay. I was gonna say the thing with Chewinga is they're incredibly elusive, and those other rolls were just not gonna cut it. But Hulla, what is it that tips you off? I think everyone's looking down at the ground for little tracks. Like everyone thinks that they're going to see them in the snow. But with the amount of snowfall, even if it is light, a light smattering of snowflakes is probably going to be enough to cover up these little tracks. And so you avert your gaze up to about eye level, and you're looking around for a moment or two, and something catches a little glint of light that's reflecting from the green lantern that you're holding up. Something metallic.
Okay, I look over in that direction.
Yeah, you can head towards it and notice that it's far smaller than you anticipated. Just barely caught an eye on it with that dirty 20. It is a small fork. It's just stuck in the
Just
bark.
a fork.
Yep.
All right.
And if you didn't have the reflecting light, you would think it would just be a twig sticking out of the trunk of a tree. But nope, it's clearly a kitchen fork. Maybe made of like a pewter or something. But yeah.
Oh, we found one piece of the missing cutlery.
And almost like as if breadcrumb trail. As soon as you found this one piece, your eye catches another glint. And then following up to that, you find a small little knife. And following on from that, you begin to find piece by piece, strewn across the forest floor in and around near the trees, just bits of cutlery here and there. A plate.
Are we going to collect this, or are we just going to leave the breadcrumb trail?
I wouldn't mind I mean, yeah, I'm just grabbing them
Okay.
as we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Or should we
Good,
leave
good
them?
plan.
Should we leave them in case we need to find our way back? Maybe we should leave them.
Well, I will pull out my dagger, and everywhere we find a piece of cutlery or plate, I'll mark the tree.
Okay. Mark it. It's eerily silent in this forest. Something must have led this little trail of goods. And the light is getting brighter. Brighter that it's now like a solid, healthy, pulsing green. Almost reflecting that of like you'd imagine the heartbeat of the core of this forest.
What was our technique to try and attract these things? We were gonna like play games or something? Do you guys remember?
Do something
Yes.
that they would be curious about.
Yeah. Maybe we can throw one of the knives. The plate. The plate. We can throw that out and see if Bits will chase it and bring it back.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let's
Right?
give that a go.
I'm going to take the plate from Hulla, and I'm going to throw it out like a frisbee, and I'm going to say, Bits, fetch!
Fitz, who's been understanding that this is some sort of mission that you're on this whole time, has been quiet and still, and it's like this aura of seriousness over the group, and then suddenly you just say fetch, and their head tilts to one side as if, really, we're playing games right now? But you know how dogs are, they'll happily join in as long as you guys are having fun. They see this disc fly through the air, and wagging tail begins, and they scurry off up across the forest trail, and they
Good
try to catch it in
girl!
time. Let's see. I'm gonna roll a quick
Good.
dex.
Okay.
Oh no. I don't think they
Hit
catch
it?
it in time. They're like trying to chase it. Let's see if it's a 1 and a 2, goes into a tree and smashes. Okay, it lands softly into the snow, but Bits is having a hard time finding it because it's white on white. They're just sort of like jumping and jumping. But eventually they probably
Bring it,
knock into it
bring
and
it.
grab it.
Yeah. Bring it, bring it. Oh my gosh, what a good girl. You're such a good girl.
The heavy snow is a difficulty for Bits. They don't have snowshoes, and so they kind of you can see them like jumping and jumping out of the snow just to rather than like wade through it. They kind of have to like leap like a fox out of it.
Uh-huh.
And they
You're
bring the
such a
plate
good
back.
girl. You're such a good girl. Aw, I love you. I do. You're the best Bits in the whole wide world.
Big smile from Bits. Their tongue hangs out. And they look excitedly as if you're about to throw it again.
Hulla, is the lantern staying the same? Oh my God, Bits, you're such a girl. You ready? You're gonna fetch? You're gonna fetch? Okay, 1, 2,
Um,
2.5, 3.
is
Go
the
get it.
is the lantern staying equally bright? And
It
I want to.
is pulsing faster, almost
Okay.
as if there's like now 2 heartbeats to the pulse.
Okay. How do we?
I don't know. Shall we just keep moving forward, or do you have any other guys? Do y'all have any other plans? I mean, we're enacting my part of the plan. You're such a good girl. Bring it. Bring
Can I
it.
do like an investigation check to see if there's
Yes.
anything around? I guess this play
Yeah.
will. Yeah. What else are
You
you gonna do?
can either make a perception or investigation check to sort of see if there's any change in the surrounding area.
Okay. Perception.
Hmm.
Ooh.
And that goes for anyone really. You're all here.
I'm gonna roll just in case a.
Oh,
No, that's still only a 10.
actually not with me today. Well, they were
Ashanti,
earlier, but
can I
not
roll
anymore.
guidance? Can I roll
And
the guidance for Ashanti since she's
you
the one
can roll
who's
it.
yeah.
Yeah, you can roll it for anyone who's within 10 feet of you.
Okay.
Okay, 16.
16. Yep.
It seems as though there's this scent in the air, Ashanti, that Bits must have picked up, but they're too excited about this game that's being played to really notice it. And it's not like it's a foul smell that would make them startled. No, it's actually quite a pleasant smell, almost like a blossom or a flower garden has just suddenly bloomed in the nearby area, and you can like smell this pollen, this aroma that's nearby. And you look around, there are definitely no flowers growing in the midst of winter.
All right, Hella, keep looking. I'm gonna get Bits to go fetch one more time. Come here. Bring it. You're such a good girl. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 2.25, 2.5.
Like impatient barks before leaping off, whoosh, and rushing away as quickly as they can to see if they make the sticks again. A natural one, perfect. Bits stumbles, and you know how like they hit a big snow plow. It's almost like hitting a rock, but it's a soft one, and they go almost tail overhead, upside down, and landing into the snow and flailing around. You can see their legs flopping all over the place.
Don't laugh at anybody. She knows when you're laughing at her. It's okay, baby. It's all right. Here, and
What
I'll
a good
go.
dog. Good
Something
dog.
laughs though.
Ooh.
Something does laugh, and it almost sounds like it's the rustling of trees, like when something just catches a quick breeze, and it's like just it sounds like almost it mimics laughter, like.
Do that again. Do that again.
And the smell is now evident by everyone. Everyone can smell this. In fact, it might be different for each of you surrounding this little clearing. Some of you smell like a seed pod, others fresh cut grass, others might smell that flowery aroma. But either way, the smell in this area has peculiarly changed.
All right. Well, I'm checking Bits to make sure she didn't hurt herself with that face plant. So I'm bending over my dog. so I won't see anything up and behind me, but hopefully I'm making myself seem safe.
Yeah, you can do. It's at that point as well. I think the plate just smashed against the bark, sadly, because I rolled a 1. So you hear the clattering shatter
Aw,
of that plate.
that was
Unfortunately,
that was my fault. I threw it at the wrong target. I should have thrown it away from the tree. I'm sorry, Bits. I'm sorry. I scratch her ears and
she's covered
rub
in
her little
snow.
forehead. Rub her little forehead. Yeah, I definitely want to try to get as much of the snow off of her as possible because I don't want her to get wet.
Hmm.
Even though her coat should repel the vast majority of the water, I still, want
You
to
don't
make
want the
sure that
undercoat to get wet.
right. And she's got her snow
Um,
stuff on, and she probably slipped and fell. She's probably glaring at her boots and looking up at me like this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't put those stupid things on my feet.
It's at this point, Barritomus, you suddenly see just flying past your head another one of these plates just swoops by, barely missing you, and then just falls into the snow. And you look at the direction it just came from, and look back into the clearing, and it's like these two trees that kind of form like an archway, bent towards each other, almost like it came through there, like came through a goalpost almost.
Are we gonna try and kill them or capture?
About
Capture.
I think we're
Oh,
captured. I
I
think we're
I
captured.
I just question the direction that some of you guys. Okay, I'll run forward towards.
Okay, you run forward towards the archway, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I just know that the direction
There must be
towards it.
somewhere around here, but you have no idea where. But that plate that came through there landed behind you. Must have come from. And you can roll me a perception check.
Sure. I'm good at those.
Almost because you say the word kill, maybe. But now that smell of flowers has turned kind of sour. In fact, it's almost odorous, like that of like a skunk or something in the air.
Oh, look.
Everybody should note that wasn't me that said that.
Yeah, it's like a skunk just lightly sprayed the area where you're standing underneath these two trees.
Oh,
Oh, but we have another plate to play with. Look, Bits. Someone gave us another plate to play with. Come on, come on, come on, come on. You're fine. You're okay. It's okay. Yes. Are you ready? Ready?
Does, does
One,
anybody
They
two,
know how
know.
to
three, go!
juggle?
you know what?
I'm
I
gonna.
I
I'm
have a
gonna.
plan.
Okay. Go ahead.
I reach into one of my pouches and I throw up a load of glitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aw.
And hopefully, including myself and everyone around me, will get fairy fired. I don't need that.
Perfect. All right. That is a 20-foot radius of like glitter. That's not just a handful. We're talking like a cannon of glitter just flies out and lands around you. I would make everyone roll dex saves, but you can choose not to. And you can all be glowing if you wish.
Well, I ran towards the arch and they didn't, so
So they're covered in it.
I'm kind of at the arch and I'm chucking it all around me because that's where the smell
Over
came
you.
from.
Perfect.
Me and everything around me.
In that case, I'd better roll for them, hadn't I?
That's the plan, yes.
I see. I see.
Not just chucking it at my party for the fun of it.
That would have been great. Okay, here we go. Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Yep.
God damn it. That's just
Yes.
that's just one of them, right? There's multiple, isn't there?
Uh-huh. Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
God damn it.
You hear a quick rustling and a little pitter-patter from the nearby trees that you were at. And something definitely dodged out of the way of that. Whatever they were unseen and incredibly quick.
Wow.
And you can just,
Well,
if you look around, you see the slight, like, wobbling of a couple of branches, and you can see the snowfall from them as if something leaped from them, and now the snow that was balancing there has just dropped.
well, that was a waste of a glitter bomb.
Did you fail, by the way, or did you succeed?
Oh, I succeeded against
Okay.
my own thing.
No.
But the snow around you is like all glittery and glowing.
So pretty.
Wait. What? Wealgeist is going to gather up some of the glittering snow and, taking Hulla's suggestion, is going to attempt to juggle it.
Okay. Yeah. Juggle away. Roll me a performance.
Yes, performance.
Oh no, that plate smashed as well.
I have no idea why I'm proficient in, but I am.
Proficient in juggling.
Proficient in performance for some reason.
So are you packing this snow into like snowballs and then juggling
Yeah.
it? Right, gotcha. So yeah, this glittering snow, you juggle it around you for about a minute before the snowfall all around you begins to shift color, and it changes into the same color as the glitter. And you look up, it doesn't seem to be any change to the clouds or above head, but it's almost like the snow that is now falling just in this immediate area has just changed into a glittering array of blues, yellows.
Guys, it's so pretty.
Yes, it really is very pretty. And then I'm going to chuck one of the snowballs at 607's head.
Roll a hit.
I'll use a dagger, I guess, because it'll be 14 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Perfect. Nice. You take a snowball to the face, 607, and it's a glittery
I
one, so it
throw a
leaves these sparkles.
firebolt. I throw a firebolt at Geist's head.
Wait. Wait, 607, it's a
Just
game.
kidding.
It's a game. He's just playing the
Okay.
game with you.
I was just wondering for a moment. You know what?
Well,
1 second.
I throw a zip zapper at Wealgeist's head.
Good lord. That will hurt. Let's see. Let's roll +5. Why not? Wealgeist, does an 18 hit you?
Yes.
Awesome. What is a soft piece of cutlery?
A spoon?
This would be, I guess, a spoon. No, I was thinking actually like just a placemat.
Yeah.
A placemat just sort of bumps onto your head and lands onto the floor, and you hear a kind of rustling laughter, and
then Geist, very quickly judging the direction, is going to turn around and throw a snowball in that direction.
Oh, okay. Roll with disadvantage.
Okay. He is playing a snowball game with the fingers. 10, almost certainly not going to hit.
No, you don't see anything get hit in there, but you do see another couple of snowballs kind of fly back out as well. It's probably your snowball, but in like smaller chunks, and you just hear this kind of like, again, like rustling laughter, and you can't tell whether it's just the branches that they're leaping from or whether it is actually them saying something. But you see there is a small puff of wind that floats towards the archway where Barry is sort of standing, and you see little flowers suddenly pop up out of the snow. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like lining a little trail through the bough of these trees, and yeah, they're the same color as the glittering snow all around you. Sort of like this rainbow of flowers, like going from blue, indigo, violet.
Um, you can say no, Chris, but can I ask Bits to find track?
Yeah, there's nothing needing to track when you got a little
Well,
row of flowers almost
we've got
leading
little
you.
flowers, but
Yeah.
you know, Bits. Look, tracks. Find it, find it.
All right. You see Bits rush off, following these little flowers, sniffing occasionally on the way. The aroma is probably intoxicating for Bits, who hasn't smelt flowers this fresh in a long time. And going through the little bough of trees, you see a little light suddenly glow beyond, where it was like this really kind of dark and eerie looking forest. It suddenly lights up with almost like little fairy lights, and it begins to light like a circle.
I will be right behind Bets. I don't want her to disappear on
Mm-hmm.
me. So literally, I am like right next to her, or just immediately enough that I can grab a tail or, grab a
Yeah.
piece of her cold weather clothing if somebody starts to steal her. So, like an idiot, I'm going to charge into the archway as well.
Okay. As you reach the archway, you see now that it's illuminated. There's these thin pine branches that sort of encompass the side of the two trees, and they begin to open up, just opening like they would as if they were on a hinge. And you head through the archway where you can see these lights glowing, 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 forming this circular pattern. And yeah, this almost perfect copse of trees has framed a small little placement of cutlery in the center. Really small though in comparison to the actual size of the copse. It's just a couple of placemats. There's a plate or two laid out with knives and forks, kind of haphazardly around the plate. Like it's not like someone has laid the table perfectly. It looks more just random placements of cutlery around the plates.
Okay, I'm gonna call say Bits halt. And I'm going to stop next to her, and I'm going to turn around to see if I can see back out the arch that I just came in. Do I?
Yes, you can, but you can see this hinge of branches kind of slowly closing on this archway.
All right, uh, guys, I think I'll need to come in really quickly. I think we found the people we're looking for.
Oh, okay. And
So
I
as you
go,
invite the others in, and you turn back around, Ashanti, you suddenly see there are more plates laid out that weren't there a second ago, and there's now about 6 of them laid out.
Wow. I don't know to whom we owe thanks for the hospitality, but thank you for letting us in. You're part of the forest. This is just beautiful beyond description.
As you say these words, the lights begin to lower slightly down towards the ground, such that they're almost as if candles set out in like a little seance. And at that level, they illuminate some sort of almost like reflective surfaces. Porcelain, maybe, or clay, but they're round and they each seem to sport a different pattern. And as they come into the light from perhaps different directions, you can see these tiny little humanoid creatures. They must be no longer no taller than a foot, if that. The masks on their faces, they seem to have stylized animal faces, but they could also just be patterns that maybe only Chewinga understand. Patterns resembling maybe like the soul of a particular herb or the name of a cloud, the mood of a stone or the poem that a river sings. And You can see that they're wearing like these little, almost like humanoid clothing, but it's far too big for them. It's like they're wearing like a little teepee of sticks and twigs. They kind of resemble clothes.
Do they have wings like Tinkerbell?
No, they don't actually. They're just
Okay.
walking on across, and they seem to be carrying things. Some of them, knives and forks, and one or two of them are holding pine cones. And they seem to be laying out a table for you as you're all sort of standing there. One of them puts down a pine cone onto a plate, and then they head back the way they came into the forest. And another one lays down another fork at one of the plates that just got laid, and then they head back. And then a moment or two later, they've retrieved like a small twig that looks like it resembles a leek, and they place that down on the plate. Head back again, and then as they return, they come back. Some of them have got that glittery snow, and they've arranged it into like a small pile of balls, like a pyramid of snowballs, with the glitteriest one at the top. May look like ice cream to you, but they keep doing this back and forth from their strange invisible kitchen, and coming back and laying the table and filling it with all kinds of replacements for food.
I'm gonna sit down, so I'm gonna look around to make sure I'm not sitting on one of them, but I'm gonna sit down so I don't appear as threatening. And I'll have Bits sit down next to me and watch what's going on and wait to see if any of my companions have a good idea as to what's going on because I've never seen anything like this.
What size did you say these creatures are?
They're about 6 inches.
Oh,
And
six.
are the place settings like human size, like our size?
All the cutlery is human-sized,
Okay.
as well as the pine cone is a normal-sized pine cone. But yeah, they seem to have gathered around and placed these out for you. Here, here's some more artwork of these peculiar creatures. They've got slender little limbs.
What on earth?
They look like pieces of lettuce.
Don't try to eat them. That goes for you too, Labras.
Eh.
Uh, hi. Do
Do
you
you want to
speak
try
common?
and talk to them? Yeah, try and
Yeah.
talk to them.
Does anybody amongst you speak common?
They don't seem to respond in any type of language at all. The only thing you really hear is perhaps a tinkling of wind chimes or the soft beating of a drum, but the scents all kind of intermingle and shift and change.
I
There's
have
no, and it's the voices and these sounds are not coming from them. It's like coming from all around.
I have an idea. You have given us so much amazing beauty and all of these flowers that are delightfully scented. I want to share one of my favorite scents with you, and I'm going to pull off my pack, rummage around a bit, reach in, and I'm going to get a tiny spoonful of cinnamon and pour it on one of the plates so that they can smell the cinnamon.
Oh,
Make them do the cinnamon challenge and like
oh
burp
no!
it all up.
No, no, no,
Yeah.
no, no, no.
Hmm. They do approach the cinnamon certainly, because it is a certain smell they've maybe only like found in the kitchens before when the ones they've raided, and so they pick it up, and actually, rather than pick it up, they seem to like lift their hands up in the air and do these little gestures, which makes the cinnamon rise up as if it was almost caught on an invisible breeze, and as it rises up over your dinner plates, it then suddenly sprinkles down, and it lands on like the little snowballs, the glittery snowballs. There's almost like a little dusting of cinnamon.
Well, that's really cool. I hope you like the smell. Hulla, this is your quest, lady. Friend.
Um,
They d-
hi. I am going to try speaking to them in Elvish
Hmm.
to see if they respond to that at all.
They don't
Hi.
seem to.
You.
No, there's no response like hi or hello. But they are looking in your direction.
I'm gonna take out a little piece of dried jerky. Actually, no, not dried jerky. Dried nuts and berries. And I'm gonna put those on the plate and nudge it towards them.
Hmm. They are curious enough to head over towards them. They lift them up. Some of them even measure them against their own heads, as if to say, "Look, it's as big as as big as my head." But no sound comes from them, and nor do they look like they have any mouths with which to respond or even eat these berries. But curiously, they pick them up, head away from like the copse of trees, and you can see one picks up a spoon and starts digging into the ground and digs quite a deep enough hole. In fact, the others probably start working together, all getting shovels, makeshift shovels as spoons, and they dig a big enough hole into the actual earth itself that they plant this seed or berry or nut or whatever it is into the earth, and then they all seem to lift up their hands. They drop the spoons, lift up their hands, and then join them together. And you see them do like a circle around it, thrice widdershins, before you see the earth suddenly close up
Hello.
around it.
What?
And
Psst. Did you see that opening up
Hmm.
the thing? I don't know what that was about.
Well, you gave them a seed or a berry. I'm guessing they just planted it to try to encourage it to grow again.
Oh,
Hmm.
they then spin backwards the opposite direction, clockwise this time. And as they spin around this place where they planted it, you start to see a little growth, a sprout, popping through between the snow.
oh my God!
And what is
Look.
it you actually gave them? Like just a berry?
Just a handful of seeds and berries. Yeah,
Yeah.
like
So
just
one of
trail
these
mix,
berries,
basically.
in that case, just a single berry is suddenly enough to suddenly grow like the smallest of berry bushes. And it's not particularly large, but it seems like a start. It's almost as tall as they are now. And you can already see it beginning to like form buds that maybe one day will grow
Oh my
into
God!
fully
How
fresh
did you?
berries.
You guys are amazing. How did you do? I mean, wait, why are we chasing these guys again?
Because your
They
priestess lady thought they might have some sort of insight into the winter.
Do you guys know, like, what's going on in, well, everywhere?
I wonder if there's like a leader or their version of a head priestess or a cleric or a paladin who can talk to us. I don't think these can talk to us unless
Does anybody have languages or
Um,
uh, not speak with
Ge-
animals?
Geist is going to try something slightly odd. He's going to pull out his bell and just ring it slightly, but in a way to almost like he's trying to communicate by the sound of the bell because they seem to be making more like a humming sort of thing. So he's wondering if maybe their language is more like almost like music based, weirdly.
That's a good idea. Yeah. Try it. I don't know.
There, what was it you said? Instrument wise, you had
I have a
a
bell.
drum. Oh, bell. Sorry. They are curious and they head over towards the bell. but they don't seem to respond in a musical note themselves. But perhaps they do have one such thing that resembles it, like a mug or a tankard, and they hang it by a branch, like this tiniest piece of string. In fact, the string they pull is actually what looks to resemble like their hair. It's kind of like unkempt and straggly, and they tie it from their head to this tankard that hangs from this little low hanging branch, and then they clang it with a bell, like with a utensil, say a fork, and it kind of makes that kind of hollow dong kind of sound as well. And they just sort of tap it in the same sort of rhythm to you. Perhaps not communicating, but at the very least copying you. And Barry, you wanted to try something?
I was just wondering if by chance these things are speaking, if I could understand them in any way.
No, they don't seem to be speaking anything
Oh,
you
no.
understand.
Ah,
No, that's a good point to ask though, because there has been the strange like rustling of wind, which may be something you would understand, but it's more just like an emotion rather than a language that they seem to be exhibiting.
so they're not speaking in any way.
But they've kind of offered you a seat at the table, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys,
they're going to lift up the pine
Gonna
cone to
stamp.
you.
I'll take the
No,
pine cone.
Go ahead.
They do this mimicking gesture as if to eat something.
I'll bite into the pine cone. Sure, why not?
Your teeth.
I mean, if anyone could, I would imagine it'd be the dwarf. After all, they are known to supposedly chew on rocks. At least that's one of the rumors.
That is just a rumor.
Hey, rock chewer, that's a derogatory term. We can't. Now you've become a pine cone chewer. Your teeth clench around the pine cone to what you'd expect, a discomforting sensation. However, this seems to fascinate the Chewinga, who all gather round and they kind of like place their hands together as if they're watching like something on the edge of their seat.
I give a smile and a thumbs up, and I continue to chew.
They look at each other and then they kind of like rub their bellies in a mimicking like tasty kind of fashion, right?
Oh no. I rub my belly as well, and I mimic them.
They seem again elated at this. The lights in this copse begin to sort of glow brighter, and one of them heads over towards you and offers out a hand and points to the pine cone.
I offer the pine cone back.
They pull their hands together and just into a single point, a tiny little finger, where you see it as it touches the pine cone. Pine cone kind of like suddenly like warps like it's like just been hit by like a wave. Almost becomes liquidated for a second, and then it kind of forms back into the shape again. And as it does that, you smell what is Barry's favorite food.
Oh no. He probably likes his meat. He's a dwarf.
It smells like a tasty, succulent sausage roll.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's go with that. And then
And
he'll try and bite into it again.
you see the Chewinga almost kind of hopping from foot to foot, doing this little dance as you chew, chew, chew. And it does actually chew this time. It feels like the texture is completely changed.
Oh wow. Have I become the food guy in this?
You have, I think so.
Now? Is this what's happening here?
And you know what?
I thought Ashanti wanted to be the food guy.
Oh no! Which one of us is taking chef?
Well, there are 5
We're
more
all
plates.
basically starving.
Yeah, I've can
Not me.
the chef feature, but I don't know if I can
Oh,
cook
yeah.
pine cones.
With that, Barry, you feel this sensation rush through you. The pine cone was the most delicious thing you've ate since arriving here in Icewindale, and it fills you with good, hearty spirit that just makes you want to, I don't know, jump for joy, just like these Chewingas are doing. You kind of feel like spring in your step. Your resolve has been renewed. Your hope has been restored in this place, in this land that's so cold and dreary, and you level up.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to anyway, but Geist will sit down and
Of course,
chew
now
on a
you
pi- Well, I was going to anyway. We'll sit
Guys,
down and
Guys,
fry
these
a
are
pine
horrible.
cone.
These are horrible. Don't try them. They'll make your stomach feel terrible. Don't.
It would be an insult to our hosts.
Oh my god.
You chomp down on an equally delectable pine cone after the Chewinga has seemingly blessed it with this magical culinary gift. And what is your favorite food?
Well, I'm probably gonna say at this point, considering I had the entire time a cheese.
Oh, wait, what? Sorry?
Cheese.
Cheese?
Oh, cheese. Sorry, cheese. You said keys. Yes, cheese is the taste. Do you like a strong cheese, like a
Yeah, I would
nutty
imagine.
one?
I imagine considering the tribes go after like caribou and things like that. It's probably like some sort of like milk made from some animal that they find. So probably
like
a
creamy...
strong creamy cheese.
Love it. Well, you just leveled up from cheese. Congratulations.
Yes.
Cheese is the way forward. Cheese is the way to level 20. All right. Perfect. And the Chewinga seem again elated that you are enjoying the meal, and they watch you, and they kind of like offer like utensils to you, and they seem to adore watching you cut the cheese with a knife and picking a piece up with a fork, and they just all their heads like tilt as the fork is raised up from the plate on the floor all the way to your mouth. They're just following it. Who else?
Well, I'm gonna seeing their reactions. I think Hulla's gonna. She doesn't think that they're actually tasting it. Like she thinks they're just pretending to be polite. So she's gonna take a little bit of one of the snowballs with the cinnamon on it and
cinnamon snow.
Pretend to dig in. Just
Awesome.
for the sake of politeness. Yeah.
Well, as you bite into it, rather than feeling that sharp sensitivity on your teeth, it is delicious. It is. What is Hulla's favorite food?
She likes spicy southern foods. So let's say paella.
Awesome. In that case, the cinnamon has transformed into a spicy salt that just coats the top. And the snow is like that kick. It's like a zing to it now.
Ooh. 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 Ashanti, you should try this. This is really good. It's just like they make on the coast.
You feel okay? I mean,
I feel great, actually. I haven't had anything this good since in a while, actually.
I'll say that you feel the same kind of surge of power that you feel whenever you've released a spell that that you've used to like heal another person. Like you feel that you've become a vessel for that divine energy that wells up from the underworld through your feet and out from your hands, and that same energy suffuses you, and you too level up.
Okay, I'm a little worried about this.
No. Trust me, it's so good.
Yes, I never knew pine cones tasted like cheese. I would have eaten them far more often otherwise.
What are you talking about, cheese? This tastes like saffron and seafood. A tomato, some nice juicy.
I
Oh,
mean,
You
so good.
ate the snow.
Yeah, the snow might, but this pine cone is clearly cheese. Like, I could melt this on some bread, so I'm sure.
It does look like he's biting into it with relative ease.
And now I wish I had some, like, deer meat to have, like, in, like, a roll. That would be good. With this cheese on top.
You know what I wish we had was wine. Sangria.
Ah,
Something
I used all my
really
wine.
rich and.
There looks to be a cracked plate next to you, Ashanti, and one of the Chewingas hopped down and placed a little drinks coaster onto it. And then with a knife, a butter knife, they've began to spread some glittery snow over it.
Okay. If I lose my mind and go dancing naked in the snow, you people are all in trouble. I'll try it. So
All
is
right. What's Ashanti's favorite food? At the first, it tastes like a, like
fresh
a
bread.
biscuit. Oh, it's fresh bread.
Fresh
Perfect.
bread. Just, when the caravan's gotten into town and you can smell dinners cooking and bread that's cooked fresh in a bakery, with real butter and honey, and it means you're home and you're safe. And
That sensation of home is everything about this. From the little archway forming that of a door, to the candle lights that they seem to have illuminated this area, to the whole Chewinga playing house. This feels like a home that they've made for themselves and have populated with all the curiosities that civilization has to offer. And even down to the same mimicking of like buttering the bread with snow. And to you, it tastes like that slightly melted butter just soaking into the soft, doughy bread. It's delicious. And you feel all those memories flooding back and filling you with determination. You too level up.
Speaking of
thank
bread,
you.
I am going to offer the chewing some bread. Because I have a love for bread. They offered us food, we offer them food.
Yes, they gave me cheese. I shall offer them a hunk of cheese to go with that bread.
They seem to take the bread and they cut a seam in the middle and then fold it. And then they head over towards near the, again, like the edge of this copse. And they pull out a small chair made of twigs. And they sit down in it and they kind of open up the bread and begin moving their head side to side as if scanning a page.
These are weird little fellas.
They are reading bread.
Wait. What?
Okay. I now have.
I'm gonna pick up a pine cone, I guess, to follow suit with everybody.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I try to put it in my mouth, and nothing happens because my mouth doesn't move.
Oh, no.
It's just a solid face. And I put the pine cone down and say, "Okay, I'll see you guys later," and I walk away.
Oh no! If
No.
if all our
See,
level ups are food based,
I can't eat. I can't eat.
They too cannot eat, seemingly. And one of
maybe
them
you
seems
could
to
just
hop after you.
pretend to eat.
They do take notice of this because they were watching you with eager anticipation when you went to eat, and noticing that you don't, they look down and they look at each other. They kind of put the pine cone to their own heads as well, and they're sort of coming into the realization they too do not have mouths. This little strange mask is the only thing of an expression, and they seem to think for a moment, looking up at you.
Try reading it.
By reading it?
Reading it, yeah.
Yeah, they seem to read the bread.
I'll look at the bread at the pine cone and try to read it.
Perhaps the one piece of bread that they gave to the one sitting on the chair. That you're reading the pinecone or trying to, and then the one hops off the little chair and skitters over to you, and they sort of lean up and try to reach to hand you the book of bread.
I'll take the book of bread.
And as it kind of reaches your hands, you see a spark of magic from their own hands. It seems to change the texture from this soft, floppy slice of bread into suddenly like a firm, leather-bound tome. Although it still looks just like bread. And it's perhaps as you open it and begin reading the pages, your mind is filled with knowledge. You can see the words on the page sort of fly from them and into your mind. Knowledge of the arcane, knowledge of secrets lost to time, and
Oh.
yeah, that's how you level up. Reading bread. This secret knowledge of the doughy culinary art, but it's definitely some sort of spell that just entered into your head, something that is forming right now as you begin to like close the bread. It's forming into a number of spells that has suddenly sort of downloaded into you.
Did you all know that drawer at the bottom of your oven is not for storage? It's for bread.
What?
No, that's what I use it for storage.
It's
My
no, you're not supposed to put your pots and pans in there. It's literally there to proof the bread. So
well, where are you
it's
supposed to
it's a
put your pots and pans then?
Yeah,
In a
another.
cabinet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Then what's
I
the point?
just learned this
What's the point in the bread bin?
From the bread book?
from the bread. I know so much about bread now.
But then what's the point of a bread bin?
No, a bread
Well,
bin
that's
is
Well,
for
the bread bin is to
storing
store the-
bread, not
It's to
proofing
store the
bread.
bread.
Mhm.
The proofing is different. Proofing, you need to you make the dough and then you need to let it sit and rise on its own. It doubles in size, and
Oh,
you put it in a proofing drawer to let it do that because it's still warm from the oven, and then you put it in the oven to actually bake.
oh.
Hmm.
Well, this will
I
be
don't
very
know
good
what an
knowledge.
oven is, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, this will be very good
You've
knowledge.
never been in a kitchen before? Even I've been
Um,
in a kitchen.
I mean, my people tend to cook on open fires. We have
Oh.
areas that you might consider a kitchen, but it's just like a big fire pit and like preparing stuff. You know, don't
That's
really.
probably why your bread isn't very good.
Anyway, so what were we doing here exactly?
That's actually a good point.
As I give a sort of a nudge to Hulla.
I'm gonna lean over and whisper to Hulla, considering that it's your priestess that is interested in, perhaps it might be worthwhile trying to try something that might make them curious about your religion, maybe do a prayer or
Oh
some
my
sort
god.
of thing.
Indoctrinate a Chewinga.
You know, then they might be curious
Okay.
enough to find out more information and follow.
Okay. So what am I going to do?
They're clearing away plates at the moment. Look like they're doing the dishes. But they're not actually cleaning them with anything. Just like cleaning them with snowflakes.
What am I gonna do? I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on Bits.
Okay.
And
what does that visually look like? How did the Chewinga notice this?
It's gonna look like a bunch of earth toned flames, but like kind of in a friendly crackling fire rather than a burning horrible fire.
Right.
So it's
Like a
gonna look
hearth.
like just she's got a little halo of flames around her.
Oh,
Nice little pastel. Yeah.
absolutely. The Chewinga immediately drop all their cutlery and begin to sort of observe this halo of flames. They sort of circle around it, almost at the same pace as perhaps this circle slowly spins, and they're just watching the flame. And
I'm gonna lean in close and say, do you guys know what's going on?
Yeah. Dice doesn't know what a warming drawer is.
they look up at you for a moment, and they put their hand to their chin, just like someone would if they were in deep thought, like the thinking man posture.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then they look back at you, and there's a sort of a puff, a smell in the air, and it's suddenly a feather falls from seemingly nowhere. Perhaps just it was caught on a nearby branch that was above you, but a small feather just sort of slowly drifts to and fro and lands down onto the snow right in front of you.
I pick it up.
You can roll me a
Setting
nature
it.
check to determine what kind of feather this might have belonged to, but it's far-fetched. But hey, that's not bad from what I just saw. Don't know why the dice didn't come out into the chat, but was that a
So
15
there
I
we
saw?
go.
16, there we go.
16, yeah.
And if you feel free to add guidance as well.
I will add guidance as well in case that was a failure.
That's 20.
Ooh, 20, dirty 20.
Okay. All right. This is a feather of most likely a large bird of prey. Now, the thing is, the bird that this feather might have belonged to, you would imagine it being way, way larger. But it's almost as if the Chewinga can only sort of conjure up a small representation of it. And that might have thrown you had you not rolled a 20. And so this belongs to what you'd imagine, like, if it was maybe 10, 20 times larger, this feather would belong to a plumage of an incredibly vast bird. We're talking like maybe an eagle or that of even greater sizes, gargantuan, perhaps. And you finally click it. You spring to mind. You remember. They're the biggest bird you've ever heard of in legend is known as a roc, an ROC roc, and they are legendary beasts of prey that one's hunting ground can span almost an entire continent because of their wingspan and appetite. But that does look like a roc's feather, but much, much tinier. Shrunk down.
Is this the creature that's carrying things away? Do you understand what I'm trying to get at? Oh my. Is this? I don't know what I'm asking. You guys, this is a rock feather, but tiny. So what is?
Do rocks have feathers? I
Yeah,
thought
rocks don't have feathers.
gone.
No, like that
Unless rocks
big,
become trees.
gigantic, like legendary sized bird, like the really big ones.
There's a bird
That's
made
called
of
a boulder.
stone. Yeah, that's exactly.
Legendary rock.
Like it's
like,
big enough to carry off people
See,
or
I've-
like horses or
statue.
like exactly what the myth has been saying.
I've not heard of a bird made of rock before, but I've heard of a lobster made of rock.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not
A
a rock
lobster made of
lobster.
rock?
No,
What?
like ROC. It's a different. It's a different one. But
Spelled ROCK.
no ROC.
Oh,
Oh,
so
Like
CK.
spaced like spelt differently.
So it's
Okay,
so it's not okay.
it's not it. Look, you're getting
Oh my lord.
confused about the spelling. The point is, this is from a big bird, but
Base.
it's
The Chewinga flap their arms.
yeah. See, like that, they know. Big bird.
Okay. So there's a giant bird named a rock, but without the K, and it's not made of rock.
It's a
It's made of those feathers you've got in your hand, but
yeah,
a
but like
different
way
size.
But bigger. But
yeah,
bigger.
yeah, bigger. Now you got it.
Alright. Okay.
Okay. So what does that mean? That
Maybe that they're trying to indicate something scary? Maybe?
something big, something scary, something flying.
Maybe people are mistaking the owls for this giant bird.
Mm.
The owl that keeps taking people away.
The owl that keeps taking people away. Yeah.
But maybe it's not an
Oh,
owl. Maybe it's
it's a
this.
rock.
Yeah, maybe it's this rock that's not made of rock.
Okay. But then
Mhm.
how did? But then what are they trying to tell us? I mean, we knew it was a big bird thing, and well, it's a big bird thing. But this means that they know what's going on. Do you guys?
They seem to be
Would you?
looking up at the sky as you go back to address them. They're like all
Uh-oh.
looking up into the sky.
Dice will also
Now?
look up.
Yep.
Is it
Yes.
there?
In the copse of this tree, there is just a frame, a circular frame, showing you the sky above, and just like your glittering fairy fire spell before, there seems to be an array of colors just slowly scintillating across the sky, painting like a brushstroke, side to side to side, weaving across the night sky.
I'm confused, but I guess do we all need to sway side to side as well?
I start swaying
Is-
side to side.
We all start swaying. Well, I start swaying side to side.
Sure. This is bizarre to the Chewingas, but they seem to follow you as well. They weren't before, but now seeing you sway side to side, they definitely join in afterwards.
But they were swaying side to side to begin with.
No, that was the strange colored pattern in the sky.
Oh, okay.
I just love how you guys just took it upon yourself to do that. No, the aurora is what I'm describing.
Okay. Well, why not? It's happened. We swayed.
You swayed. It's done. The swaying motion as you're looking at it, it does seem as almost as if it's something is like is moving like that in that motion, like something's trailing from it, almost as if something's offloading a load of glittery dust into the sky and it's just hanging there, like this beautiful lightscape. And that's when you hear it.
It's
This
the rock.
call. It it is a call that is so loud that it echoes off of the mountains and back again. It is short, just a slight little burst, almost like a call.
Listen, guys. I have no clue how these things are working here, but here we go. And I try to repeat the call into the darkness of the night.
How do you try to repeat it? Just through your own mouth?
Through my own wait. Through the Velociraptor skull? like in Jurassic Park.
That's
Okay.
Third
fun.
one. Yes.
Jurassic Park 3.
Oh my god. It's happening.
He was making the noise with the skull. Wait, you're making the
Yes.
noise, but you're holding up the skull.
I am blowing through the Velociraptor skull just
Lord.
like in Jurassic Park 3 because
Just
they
for free.
they supposedly evolved into birds. So this kind of makes sense.
That's hilarious. And then you just scream into the voice box of this skull and let out your own primal core. That you could hope that it's being heard, perhaps. You know what? I'll let it fly. That was so bizarre that it might just fly. Literally. The sound of that screech is suddenly louder and closer. Almost as if it heard this velociraptor. And I'll let everyone go ahead and make perception checks. And let me just check what the weather is before we roll those, actually. One sec, because you've been here for a while. And I'm pretty sure it's moved on from dense fog from now. But again, 8 was dense fog. Yeah, it was light snow, wasn't it? Okay, then you're good.
Yeah.
You're good. You can roll a flat perception check.
Not good
Okay.
for Hulla. No.
There is some good rolls in that. Wealgeist 607. You got 15 as well, which is enough. Perfect. Okay. Wealgeist and 607. You see there is something that draws nearer towards that sound that was being made from the Velociraptor skull. And it's hard to picture at first because you're like straining to see something that might be quite tiny in the night sky, when in actual fact it's difficult to make out because its wingspan is so massive that you could fool it for a large patch of clouds like that are drifting all in one. And that's when you see it, this set of wings spread so wide and far, and you hear the sound again louder, swooping in perhaps closer. As it does, you again see a trail of light that mirrors the northern lights. It's coming from like the tail end of it, and this creature swoops in and perhaps even flies directly over Goodmead and past your little window above the night sky. There is a gigantic bird of prey out there.
That is hilarious. I just looked up the video of when they actually do that raptor sound, and it sounds exactly like that.
I swear I'm sitting.
The sound I'm doing.
Yeah. I'll just put it into the chat.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, perfect link. Anyway, so giant rocket guy, guys.
Are we gonna run away from it? Are we gonna...
I mean, it doesn't seem to be coming for us, so
Maybe we try and befriend it. I mean, the Chewingas seem to know. If the
You look
Chewingas
down at the Chewingas. The Chewingas have all gone. They've disappeared, perhaps, after hearing the sound of this creature.
Oh, I guess we should run.
There is
I just leg
plenty of
it.
canopy cover.
And I just leg it to the nearest cover.
You
I
have
will-
got plenty of cover. There's
Yep.
no chance that this thing could see you down there. Underneath the branches, the thick pines, you can still hear the creature, and perhaps it even circles back. Like it had that sound. This is a bird of prey. It knows how to hunt, even at these crazy altitudes. And as it circles back around for just a brief moment, it feels like it is onto you. You wait, wait, and still wait for longer, hoping this thing just gets bored.
Fine, guys, we're level 2 now. We can take a rock.
Yeah, you can take it. the sound of its cores get slightly distant. And then more distant.
And then I call it back again.
No.
All right, swoops down. Let's go. No. Yeah, I think it's gone, but the Chewingas slowly creep back out again. And this time, all of them have little halos of flame, just like Bits had. Theirs is like of a light green, just like the lantern. And they seem to all have these as perhaps protection, just to make sure they're safe from whatever dangers. They seem to understand that whatever you cast on Bits is to protect them, and they too have little halos of flame.
Oh, so perhaps they thought that you were aware this thing was coming, so you'd cast that on Bits to protect Bits.
Ah.
And-
Could be. Could also be that they don't know what it is, and they just thought it was pretty.
Possibly. I'm
Hmm.
gonna lean down to one of the Chewingas, doesn't matter which one, and just be like, hey, if you want to learn more and stuff, feel free to come with us. You'll see plenty of eating, probably some reading. Heck, you'll see probably some other strange things.
Yeah.
Playing some games. We can teach you stuff. Maybe you can teach us stuff.
There's a perfect safe home that we could take you to, away from the rock, i.e. the chapel that you were asked to do this quest for.
Yes.
Would
There is a building that is protected by the blessing of a powerful being. You might be safe there from that thing as
As
well.
he's saying this, I'm pointing to the halos.
So as he says safe, you point to the halos.
Yes.
Hmm.
Because this is the Flame of Hades. There's something in it. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm making it up as I go
I
along.
just like fire is all.
It's just like
Not in a weird way, but it's cold out here, and
The heart is where the heart is.
that's normally what someone says before they throw a fireball.
I don't have fireball yet.
Yet.
But
Normally, I would say at this point to make a persuasion check, but the Chewinga, they seem to be following your mannerisms and directions. Whenever you gesture towards the halo, they look. Whenever someone's speaking, they look as though they're listening. But there's no real indication that they understand. There's no nod. There's no. They're just sort of staring up at you at this point. But
what if we bring out the map and show them exactly where on the map? Maybe they understand map.
Perhaps the lantern? I mean, have
Yeah.
we the lantern?
It's not a bad idea.
Good try.
Wait, does a lantern do something to them?
Happens to be the same light color as the halos.
Maybe if we show them we have the lantern, they'll come along just to be around the lantern.
okay, I show them the lantern. I hold the lantern out, and I.
Yeah, one of them does hop over, notices that it's the same color. It's almost like it reaches into the lantern to sort of feel the flame and tries to borrow from it or pull from it. And as it brings it up to its own halo, the halo perhaps enlarges. And they seem to just be playing around with this as though they are actually able to control these sort of slight elements, these small.
I'm gonna pull the lantern away and walk like one step away and see if they follow.
This one steps forward again and does try to reach for the flame to like add to its halo.
Yes.
Okay. So we just need to teach them that they get Halo if they follow Flame. Okay. But then
That does seem to be working. One
then
step
the-
at a time.
But then that does also beg the question: do we then need to go all the way back to Bremen, or do we need to
Well,
follow the murderer?
We do need to go back. Well, we do need to take them back to Bremen.
Right.
Then that means the murderer gets away with getting to East Haven murdering. Unless we take the Chewinga army to fight against the murderer.
Well, if they'll follow us
I-
to East Haven, then we could then lead them to Bremen, I guess.
Well,
No, I mean,
we could capture them. I mean, weren't we gonna? We never really did figure out how we were gonna capture them.
is the murder happening every other day or every couple of days? Does anybody remember the schedule for the murders?
I think it was every couple days.
Yeah.
Almost. I don't think it was every day. I think it was like it was like there's some time in between.
I guess something that we could do, because we have an axe beak now, is send someone back to Bremen with the Chewingas. Because they're going along willfully.
Do they need to go back to Bremen? Like,
They need.
sorry, what was the point of that?
Well, I do need to take them back to Bremen to take them to my temple, because I think somehow someone there knows how to communicate with them.
So we could.
So
if that is your plan of action, I'll offer you one idea. You have Faith, who can act as a little helper and a delivery.
Right.
She also
Right.
knows the churches and she wanted to discover her religion.
Yeah.
If you don't want to have to go
Okay.
all the way back to Bremen and rather continue on to East Haven, you only have to make a short trip back to Bryn Shanda, and she seems incredibly willing to help you guys.
That's not a bad idea. Let's put a little faith in Faith.
But then you have to trust Faith with your land.
You gotta have faith.
Faith is pretty reliable, don't we think? I mean,
mean-
she did help us out pretty a lot, pretty well last time.
But also, if we get back to Bryn Shanda and Faith isn't there, then Faith could potentially be the murderer.
Oh, is Faith the murderer? Oh, he's right under our noses.
I hope not. Wow.
She was-
I really.
He happened to come into town when we did, and then there was a murder. So if she's not in Bryn Shanda when we get back, it's potentially Faith.
The perfect alibi, being bedridden with frostbite.
Yes,
no one would suspect a thing.
Bedridden with frostbite and pretending to be a cleric.
I mean, she'd naturally be colder at that point, so the weapon would be less likely to melt.
Exactly.
But
anyway,
yes, let's head back to Bryn Shanda, see if they'll follow, and then go from there.
All right.
So we're just going back to Bryn Shanda?
We'll go back to Bryn Shanda, drop one of these off with Faith, then we'll head. Probably, I guess, have to rest up at one of the inns and then head to East Haven tomorrow.
Well, why separate them? Why not just take all of them? They'll
I mean,
probably
we can.
want to.
If they're all willing to follow, then sure, but it's up to them.
Will you? I'm gonna make a come here motion to them.
Sure.
You guys want to come with us? Like.
I will also help in doing so.
A couple of them do notice the beckoning motion, but then they seem to turn around and gesture to what is very obviously like their little makeshift home here. And one of them has made a little bed out of like placemats. Like a mattress is a placemat, and they've got a little a pillow made out of maybe a bit of crochet that they nicked, and
What
they
if?
sort of lay down in it.
What if? What if we take that little? Can I assume because these are tiny, so is its bed and its little thing? What if we
Mm-hmm.
pick that up and put
And
it
they
on
can
top of the
ride the
axe
axe
beak?
beak.
Yeah, with
Mhm,
its nice,
mhm.
comfy feathers.
Could try.
Yes,
Yes, let's try.
let us
Let
try that
us.
Okay.
with whoever has the best animal handling or survival potentially.
I've got
No, no,
plus
no, no.
4 for +4 survival, +2 animal handling.
Let's not meta this. It was.
Well, I'm afraid it's
I'm gonna do it.
obviously
I was the one who was beckoning, so
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna.
exactly. Yeah, you do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
okay.
Better you
It's
than me.
almost impossible to like talk to these things when they don't seem to share a language, so persuasion doesn't quite work, and they don't seem to be animals either. Animal handling is off the table, which means you're really left with maybe one thing, and that's just insight to sort of read them
Ooh.
and see if that you can understand what they would like.
Yeah, player has no idea. So
Let's go
let's
with insight.
go with insight.
Natural 20.
Oh,
Okay. These creatures.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's pretty
plus
good.
plus guidance.
Plus guidance.
I mean, you smashed it out the park, but why not? 27. Okay.
27.
You're beginning to understand these creatures intrinsically, and the fact that they don't share a language doesn't seem to make them shy away from interacting with civilization. They definitely have a fascination for you guys as in general, and the one that you've got with the lantern, they're more than just piqued their interest just by the light. They're clearly more than just a moth to the flame. In fact, their actions actually belie a subtle intelligence that most creatures don't have. In fact, with a natural 20, you'd go as far as to say they're more intelligent than. Just checking.
Me,
Us.
Yep,
me,
everyone.
everyone.
Basically, everyone.
Wow,
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
And
that's
with
amazing.
that, they are. They're smart little creatures. And you see that when they disappeared from the rock, they didn't just hide away behind trees and such. Some of them even buried down into the snow and deep enough into the earth. They can actually, like, perhaps even meld with it. They're more like elemental creatures than fae. Maybe that's what's been Trixie this whole time. That their nature is so unknown, so unknowable. But they understand your protective spell, and they seem to understand your intention as well, even without them being able to speak to you, or you to them. And they aren't afraid. There's no fear, but they understand a threat when they see one, and are able to protect and hide themselves away. So they're actually not in any danger here. So they don't seem the "come with us, it's safe with us" argument
Hmm.
isn't actually as compelling as what you think it is. But one of them does seem to be willing, and is following the lantern perhaps more of as a game than letting on. That they actually are perhaps following you because you've piqued their interest and their curiosity more than just playing with them. And so they seem to be gathering around this one Chewinga, and you can see them giving them stuff. One of them gives them a little twig that is almost as tall as it. It's like almost like a little staff. And then they all look around and look at 607, and then they look back at the Chewinga, and then they give them another stick, which is the same size. So now they've got walking poles, just like 607.
Oh wow.
And they seem to be like gearing up this Chewinga for their like little pilgrimage, perhaps. But all of this looks to be like unnecessary. It's just as a sort of a copycat mentality, like they're mimicking you guys. Because so far you haven't seen them eat. You haven't even seen them like needing this equipment because they have some sort of magical ability. But nonetheless, they're gearing them up and giving them plenty of supplies. And by supplies, I mean like buttons and little skeins of yarn and as a makeshift 50-foot rope. And yeah,
Wow.
this little Chewinga looks like they're ready to join you. And
Okay.
then
Like,
they give them the halo.
so
After
I'll
that,
yeah.
go ahead.
I'm gonna head towards the axe beak and see if they'll follow
Hulla,
me.
right. Before we go, do you want to give them back their breadcrumbs, or do you think we should keep them to entice this one to stay with us by giving her breadcrumbs to play with? Or him?
Sure. I guess I'll try that.
No, I think
I
entice them to
mean,
the axe beak, but what do you want to do with the breadcrumbs we found in the forest
Oh,
that
we
led
won't.
us here?
oh, those. Uh, I say we leave them here in case we need to find them again.
Okay,
I mean,
so we're going to just redistribute them on the way out?
And nobody else is looking for them, right? So
Well, that
Well, that
one
one lady
restaurant.
was, but
that
it doesn't matter.
Might just been ones that they had haphazardly left behind. But it could also be that they were intentionally leading you. Not sure what those breadcrumbs were for.
Yeah. I don't think the breadcrumbs are important.
I'm not.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm not too
I
worried
just
about them, to be honest. I didn't
okay.
even think of that. Do you
Okay.
think we should take them? I was more
I
concerned
don't
about getting.
I'll say this. On the way, the one that had a little stick for a staff actually replaces it with a fork and seems to prefer
okay.
that.
Oh,
Let's take the breadcrumbs with us. You've got them packed up
okay.
anyway,
Yeah.
so
All right.
that way we've got something to offer
Come on, you
them.
guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You have a Chewinga following you along. And let me see. Yeah, here's another little piece of artwork for them as well. This is one without their clothes.
I
Oh
feel
wow.
utterly like.
oh,
Okay.
There you go. That was the little stick I was describing. But this one's just exchanged it for a fork. And it seems like no two Chewinga are alike in appearance. There's always these little subtle differences painted on the mask. And yeah, puzzling creatures that seem to have a fascination for you. And I guess as they're following along, playing with the light of the lantern, that they seem to get the enough confidence to actually jump up and onto your shoulder, Hulla. And they just rest there for a moment, just watching where you're watching.
Can I?
and now you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
I mean, frost checks are coming up, but no. They seem to
No,
just
I
look
want
where
to.
you're looking.
I want to just reach out my hand and kind of hold a finger out to see if they sort of try and touch it. If I can get them to touch it.
They do. They reach out as well, and they hold on to it for a moment. And as they do, you see that their skin color begins to slowly shift and change into a kind of a mottled green as well. All except the mask, which remains that kind of same color. But as they change green, you feel like a connection, almost like you just put roots into the earth. You can feel the pulse of this entire forest all around you. That everything in this world is connected, that's living. It's all one breathing organism. and the Chewingas are part of that too, and they sort of have just offered you almost like a bridge to understanding that. And it's as they pull their hand away again, you're not disconnected from that, but instead felt like you've been left with something, like a gift from nature has stayed connected to you. And I'm gonna roll to see what magical boon the Chewinga has planted on you. We'll see. Boon.
Boon in the tundra.
Yeah,
Wow.
there we go. This is the Chewinga's magical gift. Once per day.
Aw.
That's if this magical gift is another level up now. Oof.
it's
No,
not.
I
but-
think it's more like the benefit of like a magical item, but without the magical item or a stat boost or something like that.
So what?
Exactly, yeah.
So while he's looking this up, we have to consider this. If we go back to Bryn Shander after this detour, we are getting even further away from this murderer.
Mm-hmm.
Do we send Hulla back on the axe beak so she can get to Bryn Shander, pass off Snowball to Faith, and then charge back on the axe beak to
I
catch up with
mean,
us?
it took us, what, 4 hours to get here?
Was
About
it
that,
4
right?
hours?
Is it
Yeah, it
something
was
that...
after
Yeah.
lunch.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah. So if we go
I
4 hours
I
back,
don't think we're going to make it to East Haven before nightfall.
we set off pretty
No,
early.
no, it's we left after lunch,
So
Oh,
it's
did-
and it's
like
been
4 in the afternoon.
right,
Yeah.
and it's perpetually dark here.
Should be about
So,
4, yeah.
well,
And
it
And
took us 4 hours to get here, and I'm guessing we've interacted with the Chewingas for about an hour, which means it should be about 5 o'clock.
I'll
means
And
we
I
tell
need
you
to
now, Bryn Shander to East Haven is 7.5 hours.
yeah, I think we've got to go back to Bryn Shander because otherwise we're going to be out in the cold and we'll just have to leave first thing tomorrow.
That is the safe option,
but also,
but it does mean, yeah, you go ahead.
yeah, that is a safe option, but it does mean that we could get to East Haven and the murder's already happened.
and we know we go back to Brinchander.
No, because then that's the end of that we've lost out until the next, when it might potentially happen again, the 3 murders. Because East Haven was the last stop murder.
There is that, but at the same time, I don't.
But how much of a time difference was there between the murders though? Like a couple of days, right? No.
Yeah, I like the plan of going back to, if we're gonna do the drop off with the Chewingas. I like the plan of going back to Bryn Shander.
I
Sending-
agree.
Sending Faith,
Faith.
and then making our way directly to East
Yeah.
Haven tomorrow.
Yeah, I
First
agree
thing.
because I don't like sending Hulla out by
Yeah.
herself. And
Yeah.
Hulla, I
Last
know
time
you
we
can
went somewhere without one of the party, we got attacked by the barbarian guy.
Yeah.
Also,
Okay.
it based on the route, I think we were like an hour or 2 on the road and like 2 hours to get here. So it's going to take us 2 hours just to get back to the road before we then have to head to East Haven. So it's going to be getting dark and it's going to be getting cold and it's just going to be getting rougher.
It's already dark.
Yeah, I mean
It's gonna
darker.
be
Okay.
So I
I've
think
decided this little Chewinga has granted you the supernatural gift. It's called called Charm of Vitality. Seeing as
Ooh.
you guys, just over this discussion, back and forth, how you're trying to figure out how to resist the cold, and you guys are laden with furs, which to the Chewinga is a very curious thing to wear clothes, because they'd seem to do just fine without them. the Charm of Vitality allows you to give yourself the benefit of a potion of vitality as an action, and then once you do so, the charm vanishes from you. So, just so you know, potion of vitality would completely restore you back to health if say you had like levels of exhaustion.
So I get a free potion of vitality?
That's right.
Essentially.
But it's not actually a potion that could potentially get frozen and smash. It's just this thing, this gift, which exists within you supernaturally.
Nice.
So that's for Hulla, right?
That is,
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
As it was seemed the most fitting, as she is the one whose quest it is, and she's the one with the lantern.
I also find it interesting is that apparently the description of that potion is the potion's crimson liquid regularly pulsed with dull light, calling to mind a heartbeat, and we had like that heartbeat sound like the entire time we were.
Yes, you did. The lantern pulsing that heartbeat. You can feel that beat within you now, the beat of nature that you connected to, that living being. It just so you know, it will restore all levels of exhaustion. So if you're like on death's door on 10 levels, popping this back to 0.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay.
Powerful.
Gonna save that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
This is the full effect of it, I think, unless it's changed with Chris's stuff, of course. But, yeah.
That's correct. All of that is correct. So, in fact, I'm going to drag a potion of vitality onto you, and then just rename it Charm of Vitality. That's the easiest.
Okay.
Cool. Let me make sure. Color. Potion of Vitality. There it is. Okay. Set. I'll just change that. Cool. All right. I'm going to take it when you activate this charm. There we go.
So, back to Bryn Shander then.
Bryn Shander it is.
Yeah.
They travel back is 2d6. From light snow to heavy snow. Typical. The weather gets worse and it gets colder at this temperature, this late of hour, I should say. And so the DC is going to increase not just for the weather, but also for the snow. The heavy snow is causing you to kind of lag, and it's heavier work. Of course, you've got those snowshoes that make it possible, but it's still pushing through this weather is still a bit of a challenge. Good job the Chewingas hijacked a little lift on the shoulder, but Bits will need to roll for this one. Everyone can give me a frost check. Natural 20 I heard. That sound effect is whenever someone smashes it out the park.
Wow.
50.
I think I got a 40.
Oh
You got a-
no. Bit's got a 1 plus
Bit's
0.
No.
Wait.
They
Hang
should
on
have
a
plus
second.
10.
Yeah.
So that's 11.
Bits didn't even roll a d20. It was just 1 plus 0.
Yeah, it's hard to... I'm going to delete that off their sheet. Because... Wait, no, I can just change it. Because they can't have resources. It's a little bit awkward.
Yeah. I was
I'm
trying
just
to
gonna change it
set up
to-
Labras's separately to mine, but I've just got it on my sheet. It's kind of convenient because we have the same constitution modifier.
Ah, okay. That fixed it a little bit. That would be 11 for Bits. Hulla gets 1 level.
Well, it would be 11, but also plus a d20 because it didn't actually roll a dice. It just did 1, which is the con check.
Oh, okay. You're right. Let me change that again.
If that's a
what
failure,
was it,
can I can
D20?
roll resistance on that.
You can, yes.
But I think it's only 1. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can add 1. I can add 1 to that.
That is, yeah. It's not enough to bring it up
Mm.
to 20, but it is only 1 level. You're close to Bryn Shander. Let's hope
Okay.
this turn of weather changes. It did drop incredibly fast. As soon as you come out of the forest, you realize the shelter was providing you a barrier between the wind and temperature, all huddled in the little Chewinga's makeshift home. But now back into the elements, it hits you. Fingers begin to numb, joints begin to freeze, and I'm afraid Hulla receives 1 level, and Bits is also going to receive
Oof.
1 level too. But it's not. It's hold on. I gotta roll it again, haven't I?
I'm
Oh my lord! What have I
gonna.
done?
You've got one. Yeah.
D20.
So what was the DC
I
for
don't.
that one?
I don't think it's rolling the d20. It's just
That's
rolling
better.
Yeah.
That's better.
her
Okay, I did it right that time.
her constitution.
Yeah, no, I fixed it now.
Oh, okay.
So she did get 15, which is only 1 level. But
So Labres is also on 1 level then. I think that's 16.
yes, they would be. Okay. And this is going to
Guys,
continue for a while. It's freezing
guys,
cold.
yeah,
Mhm.
guys. I understand if you say no, but would you carry my halberd and my javelins, please?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you. And I'm gonna hand all the sticky up weapons. I'm gonna say, Bits, come here. And I'm gonna throw her over my shoulders and start trudging onwards. Let her have a bit of a rest on my shoulders. And I know she's a big dog. And I
All
know
right.
she's as big as I am.
Yeah. Thankfully, you aren't carrying too much equipment. And with your hefty half-orc strength, you're more than capable of carrying them.
Oh, 6 or 7. Calm your tunes down.
All right, I just rolled again for whether, though this would be after another hour. It'll actually just go continuing with the heavy snow. If you get unlucky, it could go to the sleet storm or blizzard at this point, but you're about halfway there. Let's
Do
see
we
what
want to
else is
just
out here.
bunk down for the night
So
instead
you've
of
just
trying to
reached the
fight?
road.
We don't
Okay.
have enough full gear to. If we're desperate, but we should be able to push our way through. We've only got probably another hour or two's
Okay.
travel.
We've only got shelter for 2 people. It's probably makes sense to keep going,
Yeah.
but we're only a few hours out.
Okay. Let's weather the storm again. Another frost check as you just reach the road. The east way is still clearly defined, and that's a small sign of respite. But the heavy snow and temperature dropping to this. Oh God, no! No.
I'm getting resistance on that
Sorry,
to make
are
it
we
15.
doing another
You are
one?
another frost check.
Frost
Yeah.
check?
Okay, Labras was fine the second time, but I wasn't, so I've given myself a level of exhaustion, but
Bits still roll a 1.
It's still not rolling the d20.
Oh, I think I know why.
It's just rolling its constitution.
Hold on. Yeah, I know why. It's because I changed the token, and the token's not linked to the actor. My bad. Alright. Plus 10. Okay. I had to drag out a new icon for Bits. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was changing the token and not the actor sheet.
Okay, 16 for Bits.
Okay.
And,
It's another fail, but it's not by more than 5 at least.
And Frost Trail.
How did you fare?
Hulla got 15 with
15.
resistance.
That is another fail, I'm afraid.
Fail, but not hopefully not
But not
fail
by more than 5.
Okay.
No, so you don't get 2 levels or even frostbite or hypothermia. But it's just wearing you down. You're going to be glad that you do get that long rest when you get back.
Would
Oh yeah.
would resistance and if 6 or 7 did their prestidigitation thing, would that not help?
You can give +2 to 3 people.
Yeah. Plus resistance would make it free. What are we trying to beat here?
20.
Oh, 20. Oh.
Very
Yeah, we need
sorry.
an extra 5. It's not going to do it.
Oh,
We're almost there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I can see the lights of Bryn Shander in the distance.
You're doing a lot better as well, Wealgeist. After layering
Yeah.
up this time, trudging through the snow is the only challenge for you. But you're glad you got that fur lining. Okay. Let's say as you're approaching Bryn Shander, you can see it way off in the distance, purely because it's on the top of this big mound that need one more frost check. Let me just check what else we got. Something else I should do. That's right. Random encounters.
Uh-oh.
Well, you are on the road, so it's less likely to be suddenly something incredibly dangerous, but
Isn't this around about the time we encountered the berserker last time?
it
Yep.
was.
Yeah. Berserker Part 2.
You could get unlucky. Let's see. I believe last time I rolled to see whether you first encounter one or not. And the chances for that are actually slim. So D4. Yep, that's the one. We're in the latter part of the day. So let's see if I roll like a 4. Oh my god. Okay. Oh boy. All right. The dice. The dice. Okay. Let's see. Now we roll a d20. Oh boy. 15.
The Rock. The Rock is back.
Oh, interesting. Okay. No, not the rock. Thank God. That would be a much higher roll, but
The
something's out
storm,
there.
the blizzard, the Yeti.
Okay.
I mean,
There are figures on the road. Perhaps it's another caravan. But from what you can tell, they seem to be a bit taller than dwarves this time. And they don't have a sled with them. But what on earth are people doing out here in the heavy snow is a better question. Because they don't seem to be traveling. They're neither getting further away from you or closer, but they seem to be set up in the road, doing something. There's definitely movement back and forth. In fact, swift movements.
Are they fighting each other? Is there a big one and a nimble one fighting each other again?
Oh, no. Don't kill one of them again.
This
Are
time I
they
killed the big
setting?
one.
Does it look like they're setting up a blockade?
Are they highwaymen?
They aren't. No, if you're getting closer to determine whether what they are doing or who they are. I
This
will
time
tell
I'm
you.
going to stay at the back of the group.
Okay.
I'm going to drive
Gotcha.
behind everybody a little bit.
I'm gonna head forward.
All right.
Stealthily.
Stealthily, if you want to try and go unhidden, because if you get any closer, they're going to notice you, and you notice them. So if you want to go stealthily, you can. Yeah, as a group, you can roll stealth, or if you want to try and get closer and hail them, you can do that too. So really, you tell me as a party, what are you doing?
Let's approach quietly, just in case they are a threat. And
Okay.
I agree.
So
And
there's
then
these
we can. Yeah.
big banks on the side of the road that you could like climb up and maybe scooch along and use as some cover. That way, you're not directly in the path of the
Yeah.
road. So therefore,
that
you can
sounds
get
good.
away with a stealth check. The heavy snow also makes it pretty difficult to see, but given your snow goggles, will counteract that. That's probably why you spotted them before they saw you. All right, you're all the stealth check, everyone, and natural 20 to start it off. Well, that'll help.
Didn't we
Okay,
get a
that's-
natural 20 the last time we did one of these?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Oh. Oh, that's great. So I get disadvantage with stealth. I realize this because of my armor.
Good 13.
Hmm.
It-
Oh, for
Okay.
the love of Pete.
Yeah.
Tell you
This is-
now that natural 20 counts as 2 successes.
And then we all rolled shit.
Labras succeeded, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 fails. Okay, that is a fail. And as you
Who rolled for bits?
That
When-
was sorry, that was the
that was guidance.
guidance.
Okay. All right then.
No one's rolled for bits yet. Another
Oh,
fail.
for the love of
Okay.
Pete.
That's probably why we got caught.
Sorry. I have this thing on a timer.
6 or 7 red.
They turn around, hearing the bleeping and blooping of 600. Yeah, 100%. That's canon now. They are armed, and they draw weapons. They have javelins, and one of them pulls out a massive great axe. You can see the silhouette of them. These figures are pretty hulking. They're clearly warriors, not merchants. With powerful builds carrying what look to be backpacks of supplies and such. Although they're not actually carrying those right now. They're all sort of set down on the floor. Like, their backpacks are spaced about 7 or so feet aside from each other. And then there's another 2 backpacks set 7 feet aside on another side. In any case, they draw weapons and look in your direction across the bank near the road. And one of them calls out, and I believe they're going to first address you in a language that doesn't look like anyone understands. Let me check. No. Wait. What about Wealgeist?
No.
Nope. Okay.
Unless they were dressing me in thieves' cant. In which case, that's what they mean.
Sorry,
Well,
I missed the last minute.
Okay, the figures have seen you. They've drawn weapons, but they don't immediately attack. They call out, and they say, "Gun Sky!" And then they shout in common, "Show yourself!"
Step out. Hands up.
Yeah, I'll walk forward and say I'm Ashanti Kemp. Whom am I addressing?
Sorry, that's me again.
Stay where you are. You hear them shout, and one of them turns to the other and says, "Fool, gun!" They grunt, and as soon as they do, they seem to fall in line, and they begin to stride towards you in single file, spaced about 10 feet apart. And getting clearer sight of them, you begin to realize who these are. They have pale-ish,
numbers.
perhaps, but you could tell as they were moving into single file, there was about 4 of these hulking figures. They are wearing furs, but in their faces you can see kind of a pale grayish tone with thin spiked black tattoos over their faces and across like their chin and even on their hands as well. As they approach, you see they have not giants but
Goliaths?
Goliaths.
Oh.
Goliath warrior.
Hello.
Yeah, I will stand my ground. I'm still holding bits, so I should look very harmless right now. And I'm going to say, are they coming towards Bryn Shander or away from Bryn Shander?
They weren't going either towards or away. In fact, they were seemingly set up in the middle of the road for some reason. You're not sure why.
Okay.
But when they finally reach you, they're seemingly unafraid that you are both armed and a full party that actually outnumber them. But
Yeah,
one of
because they're
them looks
Goliaths.
They do
Well,
seem
yeah.
to tower over you.
So
Mm.
I'm just going to say I'm Ashanti. As I said a moment ago, we are trying to pass through to Bryn Shander. We mean you no harm and hope that you mean us no harm.
I'm nodding along beside her. Like, yep, that's us.
As you
Ah.
can see, my dog is, and I'm going to lean down and whisper to Bits, dead dog. As you can see, my dog is gravely injured, and I'm trying to get it to town where maybe we can warm it up and get it food and get it healing if good food and plenty of warmth don't help.
They look towards each other, weighing up what you said. Hmm. You belong to the 10 Towns. They seem
No,
to.
I belong to the Thousand Heads Coster. Um, I have but I have set off on my own for the season and will rejoin the Coster after the season with any luck.
Why were you sneaking up on us?
I couldn't sneak right now if I tried. Um, we were just walking the road. Uh, I'm carrying my weight, my pack, and my dog. Um, there's no way I could sneak if I tried.
And also, we didn't want to get attacked.
Attacked. They seem to lower their weapons. You are not what we are hunting.
Are you hunting the Yeti? We heard there's a Yeti,
Or are
but
you
we haven't
hunting?
seen it.
Or are you hunting the not rock, made of rock?
Hmm. Strong as Yeti. But not.
Strong as Yeti, but not the Berserker.
Maybe the
Furry as Yeti.
Oh,
maybe the giant that stole all the mead.
Hmm.
Polar bear.
Unless it's a Bigfoot.
Ah. He points towards 607. That's what you common tongue call it.
what did you say?
Polar bear.
6007? Polar bear. Oh,
Polar bear. Remember we saw the two polar
we
bears.
did see two polar bears. They went that way. Actually, I have no idea which way they went. Sorry, forget that. I didn't
They
see.
actually look for a moment sharply in the direction you look, and then you apologize. Ah,
Sorry,
Well,
I mean,
you've seen
yeah,
one. Two.
We've seen two.
we seen
We've seen
two.
two.
Where?
Yeah,
Technically.
they were that way, and I point towards the north. But then they headed west from there.
I was not there. I do not know.
I think that was
They
west.
seem. One of them seems to be enticed by these directions and starts to look out and begin to sort of map it in their head. When another Goliath sort of saunters up to the other one, sticks the big javelin in the snow, and then says, Dodak, we hunt one, not two. Ah, yes.
What does what do you call the polar bear that you're hunting? Does it have a name?
Steve.
Oh, your Minotaur.
Oh, you Minotaur. All right. What happens if we manage to find and kill you? Oh, you Minotaur before you.
They laugh. You won't find first.
No, but it's a good incentive for you to find it first.
Acanthi clan, best hunters. You will not find first.
Well, I just look at the others and it's like, We are the Chimichangas. We are best hunters.
That's so.
We're just throwing fake names out there, don't worry.
Go ahead, James.
Considering like I did roll so well for stealth, have they noticed Geist yet?
It was a group stealth check. So you were kind of sticking together. If it was individual rolls,
Yeah,
then
that's
maybe
fair.
you're maybe the least noticeable right now, but you're together with them.
Yeah.
So
Are you hunting this polar bear to kill it or to help it, or are you on a quest of some sort?
the expressions drop from this kind of laugh. Actually, I'm gonna flat out say that they ignore you, and then they turn. They seem to be like. They seem to be like focused in on Barritomus, who's
Oh,
almost
no.
like challenging them with this "we best hunters," and they say, sound like you wish to challenge a Kanathi clan. Contest.
Oh.
Yes.
Guys,
Accept challenge.
I think
Yes.
No, no, we don't. We don't want any of that. I think you are best hunters. Definitely.
It's as they're saying that, rather than pulling out weapons, you see someone reach into their pack. You think they're about to bring out something to fight you, but instead they pull out this large ball by the looks.
What?
It looks like a rock, but it's carved into the shape of a ball.
Oh, it's an eating contest.
Oh.
Maybe you can read the rock.
Like seriously, I think it's an eating contest.
Goliath not eat rock.
is that
Is
the,
this
is
some kind
it's a
of
bowl?
Boulder roll?
Is that the reward?
No, this is challenge. You think you best hunters?
Are you
Perhaps. Perhaps you
prove-
can beat us. If you can beat us in boulder roll, then perhaps we respect best hunters.
How do we play boulder roll?
They gesture over towards where the two packs were set out, 7 feet apart. And as you look down from the bank, you see that they have actually drawn out a line in the snow. It's 50 feet away from you. And you can see in the snow towards these goalposts, they were actually rolling boulders already. And you can see the big depressions in the snow. And that's clearly what they were doing out here. Just a spot of boulder roll before they continued their hunt.
I look to the two half-orcs who are probably the muscle of the group.
Yeah.
Do you think you can beat them at boulder roll?
What?
Yeah.
Ashanti, what is this? What is this game? I've never played this game before.
You
It
roll
doesn't
boulder.
matter.
You roll boulder? Boulder.
And then
Oh,
they-
boulder roll. Boulder
And you
roll.
try to get it between the two packs?
First to cross finish line win. They place the boulders down.
Right.
Sound
Okay.
easy? Must be easy for best hunters, yes.
Hang on 1 second. And I'm going to walk over to Geist, and I'm going to say, can you have the axe speak sit?
I beckon
I'm going to
Labrys
set
to
my
back down.
and I'm going to set my pack down, and I'm going to very carefully tell guide Bits over there, put her blanket down, and I'm going to say guard. So she knows that she's guarding my pack and the axe speak. I'm going to stretch. Oh, you hear her bones cracking. Because I have been carrying her on my shoulders, and she is not a light dog. All right. So, you want the boulder over the finish line. Is that it? Anything else
That's
I
it.
need to know?
No.
All
Ready?
right.
And
So-
the nearest Goliath gets ready with their boulder, like leans into it with all their weight. and
Alright.
you've got your boulder, and there's already a finish line set up for you. And the Goliath simply shouts, "Grizz!" Which is clearly giant for go, because the other giant already begins to push, and begins to
Right.
roll it towards the finish line.
I'm going to push, and say, Hella, can you help?
I will give you guidance on your
Yeah.
next roll.
Or
It'll
maybe,
be, yeah.
maybe you
Also,
could
you
push
can do.
through.
Oh, are we allowed to have 2 people at once?
They
I
didn't
thought you
say
were.
any, they did not say that. I asked, is there anything else? And they said no.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. Hulla comes running up. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was 1 against 1.
I mean, at
But
the moment,
I'll
there
put
is only one Goliath doing the boulder roll. The other 3 are
Well,
standing there with arms
but
folded.
it's one boulder and one boulder.
All
It
right.
did not say it's one player versus one player.
Okay. I'll
Oh,
tell you
God.
what. As you go to rush up, Hulla, and join in, the other Goliaths see this happening. They actually both begin to laugh. And you can roll athletics check with advantage, Ashanti, as Hulla's
Okay.
clearly helping, and roll a d4 from the guidance.
All right.
But you can't use. Oh, you can. Yeah, never mind. Just keep going. Yeah, roll it. I'm gonna roll the Goliath.
Athletics. All right.
It is athletics. Yeah,
All right. And I'm rolling, you said normal or with advantage?
it is with advantage. You
and with
got
plus
a.
4.
I should have rolled with athletics. I just rolled flat strength accidentally. So it's actually +6 instead of +4. So I got
Which mean-
24.
And I got 25.
Oh, wow! You just. Oh, and the
Technically
guidance on top of
27.
you really must. Oh, wow. Okay. The 2 half-orcs together. That is an incredible feat. I'm guessing you're just working together, like one pushes whilst the other like builds up momentum and then shoves it again. And it's also the fact that you're pushing one from either kind of corner of the boulder, we'll say, that it's actually keeping a straighter line. Whereas the other guy, this Goliath, is clearly strong and very adept at doing this, but it's kind of wobbling to and fro, and it veers off slightly, and then they have to like push, and because they're fighting against their own momentum, it's losing them the race, and you catch up right towards the finish line and cross it, perhaps just a moment or 6 seconds before this other Goliath like shoves it and pushes it with just an aggressive like screw this. And the other Goliaths are laughing, and they say, "Why didn't you say you wanted to do group challenge?"
Oh, no.
You didn't tell us that we couldn't.
She did ask.
You,
She
I
asked.
asked if there were any other rules, and y'all did
You
not
played
tell us.
Boulder Roll before, haven't you?
I've played.
Of course you have, because you
I
know
have-
true Boulder Roll uses the whole clan. Get
Uh-oh.
digging, and they
Uh-oh.
go over. They begin to rush over towards a nearby boulder, which is
Uh-oh.
probably one they set up nearby. This one is clearly not something they've been carrying. The other one, that's just like for like casual, like tiddlywinks in the park kind of boulder roll.
God.
The true boulder is like a 10-foot diameter behemoth of stone that they begin to dig up, and they have that other finish line, the other side, the 50 foot away, and they position it on the current finish line, ready and aimed down towards the other 2 backpacks, and they say, "Get over here! Come on, whole clan this time."
Uh-oh.
All right.
God.
This is
Okay,
happening.
now let me see if I got this straight. You want the whole clan or everyone here to push the boulder, right?
Yes.
Can we get
All
the
right, not
XP?
sure we'll all fit around that one boulder, but okay.
It will trick you, yeah, true.
Because I have the smallest legs, I will probably need to be like underneath our biggest character pushing.
That's true. The other thing
Underneath.
you can do as well is, as one person like rushes and pushes in, they can like move out of the way while another person rushes and runs up and pushes. So even if you don't all fit around the boulder, it's great to have someone take a break and let someone else push for a moment. But the 4 Goliaths themselves, they seem to have a way set out, like clearly a competitive setup where 2 can push from the underneath and the others are pushing from the top.
Yeah.
And it might be good to let the Wookiee win.
The Wookiee?
The
Wookiee.
that might not be up to us. But yeah, I agree.
Right.
Let's.
Now, before we begin, greatest hunters, if you win, you get honorary title as best hunters of all Icewindale.
Sweet.
Cool. Yes.
But if we win,
Mhm.
Uh-oh.
they look over your belongings.
Then you get the means to hunting the
Nope.
polar bear instead of us.
You
And
have trophy.
And we will back down from hunting this armored Yoshu, or whatever you called it.
Oh, your Minotaur.
That one. Yes, we will back down from hunting
look-
that if we lose.
We need trophy for best hunters.
That will be the trophy.
Then we should have trophy best hunters. I mean, seriously, if you're asking for us to part with our things, why aren't you wanting to part with your things? A title means nothing
I mean, exactly.
without something to back it up.
We're either fighting for the title or we're fighting for something.
But we're both fighting for the same thing.
But not actually fighting, we're just rolling boulders.
They have a number of different bone trinkets and javelins made of bone, great axes of fine make. As for trophies, I'm wondering. They probably have a plethora of them, and like even just this massive bone tooth necklace, pretty intimidating. Could probably fetch a nice price.
Yes.
I'll say one of them pulls it up off their neck and says, "You win, wreath of trophies."
Yes. And if
We win,
you can have this genuine velociraptor skull that if you blow into it, it summons one of the greatest hunts you'll ever fight.
they seem to rub their hands together. Then the contest begin.
I'm gonna
Boulder roll.
I'm gonna get these guys killed.
They seem. All right,
Oops.
Grizz, and they begin to heave and hurl this boulder towards.
All right, let's go, team.
Okay,
Go.
this time, rather than just a flat, whoever gets highest wins, because of course some of your characters are a bit weaker and might just bring down the average. This time, the DC is 15, and it'll be whoever beats. Like you need a number of successes to beat them,
Okay.
right?
Would it help that I won't be necessarily pushing? I will be holding my lock in my hand and Eldritch blasting because of the level up. I'm very likely gonna have repelling blast.
Are you actually?
Yes.
Well, I don't think you can use Eldritch Blast on creatures technically, on objects technically, but I like the idea. So I'll tell you what.
Is
If
what
you're
I
gonna blast it, you can use your charisma instead of your strength for this athletics,
thank you.
as you assist with blasting instead.
Because I am
So he's
not good.
blasting the snow out from in front of us?
No,
Or the boulder.
I'm basically pushing the boulder with my Eldritch blast.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Rather than trying
Goliath
to
walk.
push with brute strength, can I be instead moving round the sides and trying to just like keep it on target and somehow use depth instead of strength?
You want to like guide the boulder
Yeah.
rather than push.
Because I don't have the strength, but I potentially got enough just to like push it.
Okay. I'll tell you what. If you roll a perception check and beat DC 15, I'll
Okay.
give a character advantage on their athletics.
Okay. That works for me. So, perception check for me. Go. There you go.
Nice. Okay, so you're in the front, keeping them organized, keeping them telling like a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, and you're also your voice is also an indication that they're heading in the right direction. So, with that, you can give someone on the team advantage on their athletics.
Well, Ashanti's rolled once and succeeded, so I guess
That's a success, yeah.
I will give that to Hulla.
Hulla, you have advantage on athletics.
Cool. Come on.
And
Come on.
smashed it. 22. Another success. That's 3. You actually only need like 2 more and you're guaranteed victory.
Do I need to do my charisma one then?
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay.
With the newfound Chewinga
I
powers.
have to do mine as well.
Oh, that's huge.
Well,
Yep,
it's,
go ahead, 607. 4. This is basically a tiebreaker right now. If you can beat this, 607.
Guidance! Guidance!
Guidance. DC 15, you could do it if you get a 4.
Is somebody guiding me?
Yeah, you could do it. Oh no, it's a 1 and a 3. What about Bits? Is Bits helping with this pushing?
Bits is laying down because she has a level of exhaustion.
You know
That's
what?
why I put
Screw
her
it.
to guard the axe speak. Also, I don't trust these Goliaths not to try to steal our stuff.
I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna whistle and get Lapras to push.
Oh,
Okay.
whole tribe.
Actually,
Whole tribe.
I actually haven't rolled 4 Goliath warriors yet. We may actually see these 4 successes be enough. But...
And technically, as a large creature, then I'm just gonna roll up.
Go ahead. No, that one. All right.
Sadly not.
Okay, you're doing as best as you can. You're doing incredibly well, in fact. Everyone heave-ho this boulder. You can see the flattened snow after you've pushed it. It's probably another, 4 inches lower than it was. So you're not just fighting across the snow, you're almost fighting uphill as you're pushing it onto each mound. And because it's in the depression bank of the road, it actually gets slightly higher towards the end of the finish line. And it gets even tougher, and this poor Axbeak is not helping in the slightest. They just run and trip. It's probably headbutt the boulder, did not help.
I rushed round and helped them up.
Okay, second Goliath is also just got it 15. They need, so that's 2 successes for them, and there's 2 more.
Wow.
Yeah, it's another 18.
No.
And one last Goliath. They have this chant that they're shouting to make sure that they're pushing at the optimized time, like a rower rowing to just keep with the momentum. Heave ho! Heave ho!
No.
And it is 4 successes to your 4 successes, which actually means it's a complete and utter tie. Right at the end, the 2 boulders lift up over the lip towards the finish line and thud with this almighty crash into the snow. Everyone collapses up against the boulder, leaning against it so it doesn't fall back and crush you guys. The Goliaths are doing the same. They're leaning against it, breathing, panting quite heavily. They look towards you and they see that you've crossed the finish line at the same time, and they look back. They look back at you guys. You're almost expecting them to shout "We win," but there's this pause, this hesitation. They know you guys crossed at the same time. The thuds are the indication. If there was even a slight staccato to the thud, like thud thud, they would have known.
Because I instigated this, I will walk up to the one that was counter-instigating this, and I will offer a handshake.
The Goliath stands tall for a moment, looking down on the tiny dwarf.
And in the opposite hand, I will offer out the Velociraptor in trade. rather
Oh,
than
Goliath
I was going to suggest the
leans-
same.
That is beautiful. The Goliath, standing tall for a moment, is an intimidating giant of a presence before you. Finally, lowers down to one knee, smile on his face. Good contest. You earned this, fellow hunter. And they lower their head, pull off the bone tooth necklace, and they place it around your neck. It almost drops down towards your belt with how like big this is, and they happily accept the Velociraptor skull in trade. You powerful clan. What do you call yourselves again? Chimichangas?
That's
chimichurringas.
correct.
Chimichurringas.
Chimichawingas?
The chimichangas.
Chimichangas. You powerful hunters. Perhaps we will do another contest. Another time. You look like you're freezing out here. Go huddle under your camps, fires, your hearths, and know that you almost bested our clan.
Yes. And if you
Before you go, can you tell us the story of why you're hunting this polar bear? Is it a mighty quest or to avenge somebody in your clan?
They are missing.
Oh,
Lost.
you're bringing it home. Okay. If is there somewhere we can leave word for you if we hear anything?
Sky Tower. They point all the way to the south. No, it's to the east. This away, they point. Sky Tower Shelter. And when I say that direction, I mean it could be anywhere between here and there. Like, spine of the world. Tallest mountain. Sky Tower Shelter.
oh, okay.
All right.
If
Yes.
it helps, the polar bears that we found weren't necessarily a pair. They were captured by goblins, and we freed them. So they may be one of them. May be the one you're looking for.
Or they may know of the one you're looking for.
They nod. And they kind of give you a warrior salute, thumping their chest.
Yeah.
And as they do, there's these like little pulse of runes that kind of glow on their chests for a brief moment.
Nice.
And with that, they heft up their backpacks that served as goalposts.
Wait.
They pick up their smaller boulder.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
I need just to let you guys know that if you hear the sound of a bird in the sky, give that skull a blow, and it should hopefully summon it down to you for you to. It is the bird that is not made of rock. Biggest.
They look
hunt.
down at it. You seem to like give this sort of like impressive kind of expression, and nod an acknowledgement. And with that, they begin to again march single file, and they don't cross towards Brinchenda. They don't go east towards the Eastway. They seem to carve their own path straight north across. It's almost like they just crossed the road. Saw this as like a nice little spot for boulder roll, and then set up. But they don't care about these roads. They're like little tiny towpaths to them. They set out and begin their search once again.
Well, I hope we don't come across them dead ones.
And I think with that, as you guys huddle back towards Brinchanda and huddle around your little fires, as they said, that you can take a long rest, and we'll call close to tonight's session. And
Why am I all the way over there now? You just dragged myself out into the middle of the lake.
Level up. Level up.
You did
Right.
level up.
Level up.
All right,
Woo.
so we're gonna wrap it up there. Next session will be level 2 and probably heading to East Haven, unless something else
Well,
comes up.
we gotta get to Brinshanda first.
But I
Well, we
think Chris
there.
just said we were there.
Oh, we
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna say that just to wrap it up. You guys get back in Bryn Shanda, and
No.
I'll say you can even take your long rest now.
All right,
And
so we'll wrap up there.
are we all in our rooms?
Yeah. We can flash back if anyone wants to do something during the night, but just wanted to let you guys know you can take the long rest now.
Yeah.
Okay. Hulla 607, I have something to tell y'all. 607, yeah, and Hulla, y'all had asked about my amulet for my mom. It may be a pronunciation issue, but I think that the polar bear they're looking for is the one that saved my mom that time she fell through the ice. But I couldn't quite tell because the way my mom said the name and the way they're saying the name were slightly different.
How do you say it?
Oh, good grief. It is very hard to say. It is Oyam Met Nartok. Oyam Me Nartok.
I mean, it sounds the same. They were saying all your minotaurs, so yeah.
Yeah.
Right. They said tar and not talk. And so I don't know if this is a different polar bear or not, but I just wanted to let you know that this may be the polar bear that saved my mom, so it might be a good polar bear, especially if they're trying to find it because it's lost. So maybe not kill all polar bears on sight. And I don't know if I should tell the guys or not. I don't know that they'll care.
I think we should just maybe emphasize that if we come across this polar bear, maybe it's one we don't kill.
Okay.
I
All
mean,
right.
that's good enough. They seem to be okay with that type of thing.
How do we
Okay.
know if it's if the polar bear that we run into is the polar bear that we're not supposed to kill?
I
Well, we
don't
should
know.
ask what his name is when we run into
Yeah.
polar bears.
Yeah.
Simple.
Okay.
The same way we should have asked if there was any murderers in that caravan.
We didn't
Could
ask.
have had it all solved right then and there. They would have said, "Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a murderer. I killed somebody with the ice blade thing." And then
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're the one we're looking for. Thank you for pointing it out." And then we kill them.
Yeah, but 607, not everybody's as honest and decent and kind as you are.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
very nice of you to say.
607. What, weren't you the one trying to kill everybody?
Yes, but that could be a kindness in
To
this
stop a
weather.
murderer. To stop
Yeah,
a murderer. Yeah.
yeah, that could be a kindness rather than letting them starve to death slowly.
Yeah, Hulla, let me ask you this. Would you rather that you are suffering from hypothermia and dying slowly alone in a snowstorm, or that someone comes along and just slits your throat open with a knife and ends it right there?
I mean, I think I'd like to have the choice about it.
That's
Fair
your
enough.
I'd
choice.
like
That's the choice. That's you're
I'd like to.
dying slowly. It'll be hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of agony and pain, or
Right.
somebody can relieve that pain for you, and the result will be the same. There's no
Like,
option of survival. Those are your two options.
well, I mean, I would want to probably put the knife to my own throat rather than it be, on an outside decision from maybe somebody I don't know that well.
Sure. So
Is that?
you choose the quick death instead of that's what I'm offering to the people of the 10
Yeah, but
towns.
not that's me because I'm, brave and strong and stuff. But not everybody would maybe choose that.
That's why you ask who the killer is before you kill everybody. You're not killing
607,
anyone.
trust me, the killer probably won't tell us that they're the killer.
You
But
never
let's
know. They
let's get
might be overconfident and say, "Oh, I can take you. You're just You.
Chewingas.
Jimmy
You're
Chewinga.
just Chewingas, yeah. I don't know who you are.
Jimmy
I've killed at
Chewingas.
least 4 people by this point. I can kill another.
Well, if you could restrain yourself from killing tonight, I would like to get some sleep.
I will try.
And I uh, I assume that Geist has stabled the axe beak outside.
Yes.
Yeah. I was hand waving all that so we could wrap it up.
I'm assuming that my character and Geist are still staying in the same room and
I
not with
guess.
6 or 7.
Yes.
Let's swap the rooms around. Yep. Sounds like a good idea. Perfect. All right.
Wow.
With that, we'll end and have
Yeah.
a nice sleep, hoping
Yep.
that robots don't kill you in it. And good night,
Bye for
everyone.
now.
Take care. Bye.
Wow.